Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing up bushels of fun. Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell rock. Jingle bells chime in jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square. In the frosty air, what a bright time. It's the right time to rock the night away. Jingle bell time is the swell time to go gliding in a one-horse sleigh. Giddy up, jingle horse, pick up your fate. Jingle around the clock. Mates and the mingling, the jingling feet. That's the jingle bell.
When certain obstructionists become too irritating, label them as fascist or Nazi or anti-Semitic. In the public mind, constantly associate those who oppose us with those names which already have a bad smell. The association will, after enough repetition, become fact.
Greetings, world. We are anonymous. We have come to remind you that the world is crumbling. Geoengineering, weather modification, warfare, terrorism. The total global surveillance state. Humans being treated like cattle. Child trafficking, organ harvesting, the threat of war, the rise of Islamic extremists, mass distractions, and some of you think we are the threat.
John Kennedy, and I want to wish every family in Louisiana a Merry Christmas. The Christmas season is it's special. It's a celebration of God's love for all of humanity. God loves us so much that He sent His only Son to be born in a manger, knowing that Jesus would one day die on a cross to redeem us all. I believe you can find God's love everywhere, but it really shines in Louisiana. God blessed our taste buds with Cajun flavors. God blessed our eardrums with jazz music. God blessed our coasts with fish to catch, and our skies with ducks to hunt. Above all, God blessed Louisiana with the most God-fearing, hardworking, and fun-loving people on earth. When I thank the Lord at night, and sometimes during the day, I thank Him twice for the fact that I get to live in Louisiana. So, during this Christmas season, on behalf of my wife Becky and my entire family, I wish all Louisianians a safe and a Merry Christmas.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'm the largest individual taxpayer in history. So I paid $10 billion in tax, over $10 billion in tax. You're welcome. Like, I sort of thought maybe the IRS would, like, send me like a little trophy or something. Like one of those, like, doesn't have to be expensive. It could be like, one of those like things you get for when kids win a karate competition, like little plastic gold trophy or something like that, or a cookie or something. But I didn't get anything. It's like, and but I was happy to pay the taxes. I don't mind. Yeah, it's a good week this week. Yeah, stock market's wild, sort of roller coaster. I think Warren Buffett's got a lot of good sayings actually. But one of his sayings, I believe, is like, having a publicly traded company is like having someone stand outside your house and yell house prices all day, and it's still the same house, and you're like, why is this person yelling house prices at me all day long? And that's what it's like being in a publicly traded company. They just yell stock prices at you all day long. And it's like, well, it's actually still pretty much the same company as yesterday. It's kind of weird being in a publicly traded situation. But anyway, I think we should simplify the tax code, get rid of a lot of exceptions and loopholes, and make it easy to...
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Peggy Flanagan. I am the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota, and I'm really honored and humbled to be here with all of you today. I am incredibly clear that the Somali community is part of the fabric of the state of Minnesota. I think about my friendship with Nimco. We've been friends for almost 25 years. And when I think of being part of Minnesota and growing up here, the Somali community has always been a part of my Minnesota. So I want to just encourage the community to know that we're with you. We've got your back. I am here shopping today, and just encourage other folks to show up, support our Somali businesses, support our immigrant neighbors. And I know that things are scary right now. And just know that there are more people who are looking out for you. There are more people who are here to support you than you know. I will continue to stand with the Somali community to be with you and to do all I can to return the friendship and community that the Somali community has shown me. Thank you so much.
Lebanon was so multi-faith and multicultural. So we had Druze, Muslims, Christians, Protestants. Because of the way Muslims multiply, in 30 years, they became the majority. Once they became the majority, they were no longer tolerant of the people who took them in and accepted them and included them in the country. They began massacring us in large numbers.
Europe, North America. Are you guys listening?
Initially, recently said, look, I'm trying to enforce the laws with ICE agents, with federal law enforcement, and I can't do it, so I need to call the National Guard. But the statute says the president has to be unable to enforce the law with regular forces. What does regular forces mean? We don't know. The Supreme Court has never decided that question before yesterday. The Supreme Court now says regular forces means you have to try with the regular armed forces first before you can bring out the National Guard. So the unintended consequence here might be that the president is going to have to call the 82nd Airborne or the Marines or the 101st Airborne Division, as, for example, President Eisenhower did after Brown versus Board of Education in the South to enforce desegregation. President Trump might have to do that first in order to protect those federal buildings, those ICE agents. And then if they fail, he can then call out the National Guard.
Got it, Jay.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare.
And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door.
I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says they have a capacity for 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
My son. No! I'm the owner.
Do you have
children here in your child care?
Which child care name is a lot of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where are you? Which department? That is harassment.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center. And look at this daycare center right here. No children inside of this daycare center. But between those buildings, over $2.6 million.
Why does every American school let a random company walk in and photograph every single kid, year after year, like clockwork? Why is it normalized that a third-party corporation collects a high-resolution image of every child in the country? They claim it's harmless. But look into who owns them. Follow the money, and you land in the same place. BlackRock, Vanguard, the silent architects with stakes in defense, surveillance, and data firms. Why do these financial giants want the largest photo database of American children? Facial recognition needs training data, massive data sets. The younger the better to track identity over time. What better supply chain than schools? A captive population, full compliance. If the goal was just prints, the industry wouldn't be consolidated under the same umbrellas that shape governments. The same firms investing in predictive policing and biometric identification. Why does every school hand over the face of every child to the forces that shape the world from the shadows? You be the judge. If you're awake, you already know what to do.
Just want you to remember something. Yes, the government will be different when President Trump signs it and it's officially opened back up. But it's no longer going to be a corporation. It's going to be the new republic.
Pay attention. George Washington had an end times doomsday prophecy. In the winter of 1777, legend has it the first U.S. president received a vision that has haunted America for over 2 centuries. Fresh off the win of the independence from the U.K., he was shown 3 great trials the new nation would face. 2 of them have already been fulfilled. The first one was the successful conclusion of the Revolutionary War that birthed the country, and the second was the Civil War that nearly tore it apart. And the third one has not yet happened. A global conflict, hordes of armed men carried over the sea to invade America. This is a real event you can read about in the Library of Congress and ushistory.org. The angel showed Washington in between the U.S. and Europe, Dark clouds between the two masses of lands wrapped the U.S. in darkness. He was told, son of the Republic, it will be the greatest conflict of all time, the whole world. And then heaven intervenes. The vision continued as my ears listening to the mysterious voice. Instantly, a light, 1,000 suns shone down on an angel that bore the national flag. This is where I stopped reading George Washington's prophecy and opened the Bible, as it started mirroring, in my mind, the second coming of Christ. Specifically, Daniel and Revelation 19 and 20. Daniel spoke about a fourth beast, different from all other kingdoms on earth, that will be devoured down and crushed. Revelation 19 and 20 talk about the heavens opening and the second return of Christ amid a global war, a war unlike anything the globe has ever seen. Before he was president, George Washington was in a battle, shot 17 times, 4 bullet holes in his jacket, but no flesh wounds. 2 horses shot beneath him. A commander of the opposing side said to him, "Sir, I'm an expert. I shot you 17 times. My men shot you so many times, I told them to stop wasting their bullets." So I just wanted to meet the man who was protected by the great presence above. Divine purpose is real, and this prophecy being resurfaced is no coincidence. I love you, and I hope you have a great day.
We told you Mexico was stopping supply. We told you Peru was blocked. But what is happening in China right now makes those problems look like a rounding error. We have just confirmed that new strategic resource control measures from Beijing are set to take effect on January 1st, 2026. That is less than 7 days away from today, December 23rd, 2025. For the last decade, China was the world's factory. They sold us their silver in phones and panels and in bars. But starting next week, the export window is officially closing. The Communist Party has designated silver as a critical energy metal. That means it can no longer leave the country without a special license that nobody's going to get. The Great Wall is going up around silver. And if you think the price is high now, silver just hit $69 per ounce this morning, up 128% this year. Wait until the world's biggest supplier ghosts the market. This is not speculation. This is happening. The countdown has started. 7 days. Let me be very clear about what China just did. On October 31st, 2025, the Ministry of Commerce, MOFCOM, issued Announcement 68. This document reclassified silver under the Dual-Use Items Export Control Regulations. What does that mean? It means China is now treating silver the same way they treat missile guidance systems, the same way they treat nuclear materials. They're claiming it's critical for national security because of its use in advanced semiconductors and military electronics. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The new law doesn't explicitly say ban, it says strict licensing. But look at the fine print. Only producers making over 80 tons per year can even apply for a license that disqualifies 90% of Chinese exporters instantly. And here's the kicker. Even if you qualify, Beijing has to approve your application. They have made it clear they will only approve exports if they have a surplus. Spoiler alert, they don't have a surplus. China is the world's second largest silver miner. They account for 60 to 70% of global silver supply when you include their massive refining infrastructure. They process silver from everywhere. Latin America, Australia, Africa. It all flows through Chinese refineries. And now, none of it is coming back out. This isn't about protecting the environment, as they claim in the official statement. This is about control. This is about weaponizing the supply chain. They did this with rare earths in 2010. They did it with tungsten. They did it with antimony 3 months ago. And now they're doing it with silver. The licensing mechanism is designed to create plausible deniability. China can tell the world.
There's a lot happening across the world right now, but you guys need to see this, and the media is hiding it for a reason. Brian DePina, the elected mayor of Lawrence, Massachusetts, a town in America, can't speak English. We found this out because during a congressional hearing yesterday, he requested a translator, and the judge had this to say.
The division has a concern and has raised an objection based on the fact that counsel, much like me in my capacity as a hearing officer, don't speak Spanish, and therefore we're unable to decide independently whether questions are being translated both directions from the attorney and from the witness accurately.
This is an elected official representing Americans in America, where the official language is English, who doesn't speak English. His literal website has where he come from in his about section. That's how bad at English this guy is. He couldn't even hire someone who spoke English to build his website. The mayor of Lawrence, Massachusetts needs a translator to tell him what the policies he's signing off for his constituents say. That's crazy. I didn't think that this would be a controversial take, but apparently it is. In order to serve office in America, you should be from America and proficient in English. Pretty basic criteria.
I can't get off of this Rob Reiner case. I can't, because every time I go down a rabbit hole with Rob Reiner and the stuff that he was involved in is creeping me out. I don't know why I thought it would be any different. I think I just didn't know anything about him. He's an old actor. He went along with like Billy Crystal and a lot of the old actors, and I'm not that old yet to be very familiar with Rob Reiner. I mean, I know, When Harry Met Sally, but I just watched his roast, okay? And the truth is always in plain sight. They made jokes about trafficking children. They all had something to say about his involvement with younger kids. They were all Jewish. Every single person in that building in the roast was from one country. Well, they live here, but you know what I'm trying to say without saying too much. And they all sit there and laugh because they're all the same. They're all the same. You know what this is reminding me of? This is reminding me of the Mendez brothers. This whole situation is so familiar. It's all of them. It is literally all of it. It's all of Hollywood. Don't let them fool you.
The Treasury Secretary has to pick up the red phone and call Beijing. He has to say, please do not sell our bonds. In fact, please buy more. Because if China decides to stop buying, or worse, if they decide to liquidate the hundreds of billions of dollars of U.S. debt they already hold, the American system breaks. Interest rates in the U.S. would explode overnight. Mortgage rates would hit 10, 12, 15%. The stock market, which is addicted to cheap money, would collapse. The United States is currently trying to hold a gun to China's head, while China is holding the deed to the United States House. Mr. Bessent knows this. He is a hedge fund manager. He understands leverage. He knows that you cannot declare war on your own banker. So while the news channels talk about how tough the U.S. is being on China, the reality is the opposite. The U.S. is trapped. They need China to fund their deficit, and China knows it. They are watching Mr. Bessent sweat. They know that without their money, the American dream cannot pay its monthly mortgage. When you put these two stories together, Venezuela and China, you see the full picture of the collapse. For 50 years, the American superpower rested on two pillars. Pillar number one was the petrodollar. The deal was, we protect you and you price oil in dollars. That forced every country to hold dollars to buy energy. Venezuela has just proven that you can break that pillar and survive. Pillar number two was the hot treasury bond. The deal was, you give us your savings and we give you a safe return. China is now proving that the return is not safe, and the savings are being weaponized. We are witnessing the end of what the French finance minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing called the exorbitant privilege. For 80 years, the United States had a magic trick. They could print green paper, and the rest of the world would give them real things in exchange. They printed paper, and Saudi Arabia gave them oil. They printed paper, and China gave them electronics. They printed paper, and Brazil gave them coffee. It was the greatest economic deal in history. But the deal relied on trust. Trust that the dollar was neutral. Trust that the dollar was safe. In 2022, when the U.S. froze Russian reserves, they broke that trust. They told the world, the dollar is not a currency, it is a political leash. And now the consequences are arriving. While Washington runs around trying to put out these fires, the BRICS nations are simply building a new plumbing system. We are seeing a massive shift to the bilateral trade. Brazil is selling food to China in yuan. India is buying oil from Russia in rupees. We are settling our trades without touching the U.S. banking system. The R5 project, real, ruble, rupee, renminbi, rand, is moving from a theory to a necessity. We are not trying to destroy the dollar. The United States is doing a fine job of that by itself. We are simply building a lifeboat. The United States is entering a new phase. I call it the imperial liquidation. They are forced to make deals they hate. They have to tolerate Maduro. They have to tolerate a strong China, not because they have become nicer, but because they have become poorer. The U.S. is not invited to the new table, and for the first time in history, they cannot afford to buy their way in. So, what happens next? The United States government will likely try to save face. They will call the New Deal with Venezuela a humanitarian gesture. They will call the begging mission to China strategic macroeconomic cooperation. But do not be fooled by the headlines. The reality is that the U.S. economy is cornered. They have run out of leverage. When you are an empire, you dictate terms. When you are a debtor, you accept terms. And right now, Washington is accepting terms from the very people it tried to destroy.
The U.S. is not seizing these tankers because they want Venezuela's oil. It is the wrong frame, and it misses the real risk of what's actually going on. I keep seeing this in my comments, and I spent my career at CIA and NSA. I also advised other intelligence agencies. I now have my own corporate intelligence firm. All these opinions are my own, for entertainment purposes only. If this was about taking oil, we wouldn't be seizing tankers. We would be buying the oil because it's cheaper and it's easier and it's a lot less risk for us. That's not a hard concept to understand. This is actually about control of cash. We have sanctions on Venezuela and they are moving oil out, making money off of it because our sanctions are not working. So we have moved from paperwork, which was our diplomacy move. We put sanctions on them as a way to not escalate, but that's not working. They're still moving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil out a day. And this money does not go to Venezuelans. It keeps this isolated regime alive. DC, for years, our government considers Venezuela a criminal state. The people in Venezuela are not happy. This regime is kept alive by the money that it is making off of these sanctioned oil sales. So it funds their corruption, and they're not operating alone. And this is the point that I really want to get across. Russia and Iran and China all tied into these pipelines. Iran is the one that started the Shadow Fleet. Russia joined in 2022 when we put sanctions on them for going to war with Ukraine. And China's always trying to fuck us. So from Washington's view, this isn't an oil problem. This is a security problem in the Western Hemisphere that we are talking about. Because now you have China and Russia and Iran who have access to the United States now. Missiles that couldn't get across from their countries, maybe could. They could get closer. We don't have oceans separating us at that point. There is so much risk to what is going on right now in Venezuela that people's hatred for Trump blocks them from seeing it. And I want to be very clear. I am a moderate. I have voted left and I have voted right. I lived in DC for most elections. My vote doesn't fucking matter. What I do on here is try to give a different perspective. Sometimes it might align with the right. Sometimes it might align with the left. I don't care. It's not about right or left. And if that's what you think, and if you're just like, everything left I agree with and everything right I agree with, like, that's a you problem and currently a US problem. So anyway, that is why what is currently happening is so important and why it is so much bigger than oil. I hope this helped.
Hey, you do understand that Trump's war with Venezuela has very little to do with narco-terrorists and has everything to do with the state of Israel, right? And before you think to yourself, what does that even mean? Let me explain to you what's happening. Israel is getting ready to bomb Iran again. That little war that we started earlier this year when Donald Trump bombed Iran was just the precursor for Israel to start a full-blown war with Iran, because apparently they're still developing nukes, even though Donald Trump said we, quote, obliterated their program. And what's going to happen when Israel and Iran go into a full-scale war that makes what happened earlier this year look like a joke? Well, the U.S. isn't going to get oil from the Middle East quite as easily, and so Donald Trump is taking preemptive measures to make sure that we can invade Venezuela and steal their oil instead. It's all connected, people. Just pay attention to the facts.
Major California banks have been absolutely crushed. Silvergate Capital, which is focused on cryptos like Bitcoin, is going belly up and shutting down. And today, Silicon Valley Bank lost about 70% of its value, including the move that's happening right now. And now billionaire techie Peter Thiel is reportedly telling investors to get their money out of the bank. So maybe now you're watching or listening at home and thinking, why should I care about either of them? Or is this a story at all? After all, these banks messed around and found out. Well, why you care is what could be next. This is, after all, the latest in a series of dominoes. Let's put it together. First up, the cryptocurrency bubble popped. A lot of cryptos, little ones, went away. And some smaller to mid-sized crypto firms went bust. Next up, of course, FTX. Run by the now disgraced alleged fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried. Yesterday, Silvergate Capital, once one of the hottest stocks, not just banks, hottest stocks in America, says it is liquidating, shutting down. And now today, another big California bank, this one focused on investors, venture capital, and big tech, wipes out its investors by about 70% because its deposits crashed and it had to sell billions in assets at a loss. In all, it's really been a series of loosely connected dominoes, crypto to crypto firms to crypto bank, and now a bank focused on big tech with many investors. No doubt some of them invested in crypto. So now the question is this it? Is the worst over? Or, like back just before subprime, is there something else that we may need to worry about hidden under the rug of interest rate hikes and a potential slow-rolling implosion of some big tech investors?
I just want to start out with the fact that when there are false flags, which there have been 2 in the last 24 hours, they're sending a message. There's always connections. First one we had in Rhode Island, and I still haven't figured that connection yet, but I will. But the second one was Australia. And 2 guys shot up on Bondi Beach a number of people. And I had just talked with someone this morning and said, it's ironic that it was on Bondi Beach. Are they sending a message to the Trump administration? I don't know if many of you know this, but House Oversight Committee released photos a couple days ago of high-profile people in the Epstein case. So what do they do when they do a false flag? They want you distracted and taking your mind off of something and looking over here. Now, who's over the Epstein case? Some of you are really mad this person doesn't appear to be doing much. It's Pam Bondi. Bondi Beach, Pam Bondi. So what do? They do a false flag to distract you from what's going on. Now, I think it was pretty quiet that the House Oversight Committee did this, but they're distracting from it, obviously. And what they want to do, if none of you notice this, they haven't really come out about the Rhode Island guy yet. I don't think they've announced it. I haven't looked in the last couple hours, though. But a lot of these shootings at military installations and everything end up, and I'm not against these people at all, but they want to blame Muslims because they want to put into your mind about war and having a reason to fight a war. So when you have that in your mindset, it makes you upset. And I'll tell you what, I have said it before. A lot of people don't have any idea that this person, which I have talked about before, was making money off of USAID because of wars. Michael Flynn made money off of USAID. Now, on all these, if you go back and just the shootings at military installations, there was a time, and I don't know if you remember this, but Michael Flynn was so mad at Barack Obama for not saying that the Paris incident was a Muslim. See, that blows their whole plan. They want you to think of war. I can't believe that I am at the point where things just pop into my head and they're connected. Everything's connected. Brown University will be exposed to. Guys, my point of this video is this is why it's important to trust your gut instinct and pay attention to where these things happen. names because they're always wanting to send a message. And I knew immediately when I said to my friend this morning that this had to be related to Pam Bondi because they were sending a message to her. It's all about war. It's all about money. And it's in the wrong hands for a very long time, but it's not going to be for much longer.
Back to the Future, October 27th, 1985. October 27, the buildings that fell on 9/11, 1, 2, and 7. December 27th, Deci equals 10. So December is actually 10/27. Tomorrow, on Saturday, 10/27. Also, the oil price over the past week has went from 67 to 76. There's your 7667. It's go time, boys. What kills a vampire? Silver. So those draconians that are over us is what's going on. We're taking them out. The banks can't keep up any longer. On the 13-month calendar, tomorrow is the buildings that fell on 9/11, 1, 2, and 7. Also, 9/11. Everything is flipped and reversed. Like Missy Elliott said, you got to lay it down, flip it, and reverse it. It's my girlfriend if it isn't wet yet. It's go time, boys. Tomorrow. I know I'm not trying to give you fake dates, but I see these patterns, and it's happening. I think tomorrow, 10/27. 10/19, 9/11, 1, 2, and 7, 12/27, 10/27. Just like Back to the Future, 10/27. Let's go. Word.
This is what it looks like when the British Empire loses control. Secretary of State Marco Rubio just dropped the hammer on the British censorship apparatus. Rubio just banned 5 British and European agents who have been trying to silence Americans and interfere in U.S. elections. Here's what he said. Today, the State Department will take steps to bar leading figures of the global censorship industrial complex from entering the United States. We stand ready and willing to expand this list if others do not reverse course. Now, one of those newly barred British figures played a key role on the ground in the United States in 2024, trying to stop Donald Trump from getting elected. But now it's all out in the open, just like the recent national security strategy put the split with Europe more broadly out in the open. In other words, the United States is saying, your current policies of censorship, open borders, and keeping the war in Ukraine going are not our policies. So, in London back rooms, the British are quietly conceding that Donald Trump has the upper hand for the moment, and they're preparing Plan B. If they can't stop him, they want to try and outlast him. And they're turning to none other than Mike Pence for that. So we'll break down the new long game coming out of London, specifically from the Empire's premier think tank, Chatham House. I'm Susan Kokinda. I've tracked the hidden hand of the British Empire in the United States for decades. I've seen how they've shaped our economic and strategic policies and manipulated our political processes. Donald Trump has forced that out in the open like no one in my lifetime. And now we have a chance to act like a true republic again. So please like, share, and subscribe so we can spread this message. Today, I'm going to look at how the British and Europe are sabotaging peace in Ukraine in order to buy time, how they're building a Trojan horse inside the Republican Party to undermine Trump in the 2026 midterms, and how Trump's revolutionary economic strategy can completely outflank them. So to understand why the British are desperately looking for Plan B, you have to understand what they just lost here in Washington. Look at one of the figures that Marco Rubio just banned, Imran Ahmed. He's the British CEO of the Center for Countering Digital Hate. Now, for months prior to the 2024 elections, Ahmed and the CCDH were on the ground in the United States as part of the British deployment to stop Donald Trump. They were part of an army of British foot soldiers, which included nearly 100 British Labour Party staffers interfering directly in our elections. Rubio has just called the censorship industrial complex out, and that weapon is being neutralized. And because they can no longer quietly manipulate American politics from the inside, they're trying to trap us from the outside. This brings us to Ukraine. The split between the United States and Europe and Britain has never been wider. Trump's new national security strategy makes it official. Europe is the problem, not only when it comes to censorship, but when it comes to the Ukraine war. So while Trump's team, led by Steve Witkoff, was meeting separately with Russian and Ukrainian delegations in Florida this past weekend, trying to move the peace process forward, the Europeans were locking themselves into perpetual war with Russia. At a European Council meeting, the EU granted a massive new loan to Ukraine, but the terms are a trap. Hungarian Prime Minister Orban, a Trump ally who opposes the European war stance, pointed out that repayment isn't tied to Ukraine's economic recovery. It's tied to military victory. Here's what Orban said. For this money to ever be recovered, Russia would have to be defeated. That is not the logic of peace, but the logic of war. A war loan inevitably makes its financiers interested in continuation and escalation of the conflict. So the EU and British financiers have just incentivized themselves to sabotage any peace deal Trump proposes. They need the war to continue to save their investment. But they really are doing this alone. Donald Trump is not playing that game, and the Russians know it. And President Putin is openly mocking the disconnect between London and Washington. In his annual year-end marathon Q&A, President Putin responded to the war rhetoric from NATO General Secretary Mark Rutte by pointing out that Europe is completely out of step with the Trump administration. Here's what Putin said. I just want to ask him, what are you saying about a war with Russia? Can you even read? Just read the new U.S. national security strategy. It says that the United States is the key player in NATO, and yet the new national security strategy does not list Russia as an enemy or a target. How can NATO aim to go to war with Russia if the alliance is...
I'm going to go out today. Other than that, I'm in good shape.
Oh, I just locked myself out. It's freezing. All right, key.
This is my house. I have to defend it.
Keys. What did I do with the key? Oh! Oh, Teddy! Teddy, that is it. Is this glue? Teddy? These are my good shoes. Teddy? What are you guys doing? Teddy? Teddy? Oh no. Oh, that hurt. Why are you guys doing this? I got glue all over my... Just stop. I just forgot my key. I was trying to get in the house. Oh no. Oh, why?
Remember how Negative 48 taught us about the special op that went down on Christmas Eve? I always wondered why Christmas Eve, right? So what if Satan and his elite minions in charge have been casting spells on us this whole time and putting us under this fog of confusion? So what if that's how we end Satan? We have to play his game. Shall we play a game? But we flip it. What if they've lied to us about when Jesus' real birth was? What if they've lied to us about where the Holy Land location is? I mean, it's kind of interesting that there's so many places in Ohio with biblical names. That the Ohio River was once called the Jordan, the River Jordan. And also, it was part of the Underground Railroad, leading up to the Free States, the Promised Land, like the road to Damascus.
And there's a Damascus, Virginia up there. Just like Q-Post 1744 says, bottom, middle, top. But you flip it. What if we started at the top and we worked our way down? We took out the 13 bloodline families first, the tippy top of the cabal, and we worked our way down. What if one of those top families was the Saudi family? Think October 1st, the shooting at Mandalay Bay, the Jason Aldean concert. While everyone was distracted by the false flag at the concert, Special Ops was taking out the Saudi family who owned the top of the Mandalay Bay. Saudi money was at the tippy top of the cabal. That money helped groom Obama. Look at the date of the Las Vegas shooting, October 1st. That's 10-1. That's 101. Q-Post 101. Phil, B, O, extract confirmed. Phil 45, boom 45, like the Mandalay Bay went boom 1,000 times. Extract confirmed. What if they extracted most of the Saudi family? It was rumored that there was a plot to kill bin Salman. His own family was plotting to kill him. What if bin Salman was one of our allies, one of the good guys? And look at the timeline here. The false flag event October 1st at the Jason Aldean concert Mandalay Bay, which was really a special ops mission to extract the Saudi family. And then 28 days later, we get our first Q drop. And then just days later in early November, over 400 of Saudi Arabia's most powerful people were rounded up and detained in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. I mean, these were really powerful people, like more princes, oil tycoons, ministers, CEOs, really powerful people, all detained in this Ritz-Carlton Hotel. This was never seen before in history. It shook the foundations of Saudi society in an instant, turning untouchable establishment figures into targets for arrest. It was epic. The Ritz-Carlton was on lockdown, military lockdown, and they started military tribunals right there in the Ritz-Carlton. Okay, so keep an eye on the timeline. About a year later from this Ritz-Carlton raid in Saudi Arabia was George Bush's funeral, December 5th, 2018. There was many dignitaries at that funeral, including Prince Charles, and it's rumored that the originals were never seen again after that day. So let's look. That's Mandalay Bay, Ritz-Carlton Roundup, and George Bush's funeral. That's 3 booms. That's Q-Post 954. Boom, boom, boom. The booms are going down, like Q-Post 1744. Top, middle, bottom. Like Q-Post 1744. Top, middle, bottom. Bombs away, Merry Christmas. Or what if that timeline is Q-Post 844? Boom, 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 boom. 4 booms going down, but we've only had 3. What if we're waiting for the last one? Q-Post 860. First boom revealed. The last will be magical. What if we're waiting for the last boom? What if something happens on Christmas Eve again? Q-Post 1038. Booms en route. Blind. 5-5. Greencastle. Chatter. Rig for silent. Booms en route. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Like the calm before the storm. Q-Post 1038. Blind and chatter. When out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash. Q-Post 1038. Rig for silent. Silent night. 'Twas the night before Christmas, the calm before the storm. What if it's like Q-Post 1744? Top, middle, bottom. And what if we're in the final stage? What if we're waiting for the last boom? And it will be magical, because we're breaking the spells.
What Donald Trump is doing is everything that's happening in Venezuela. Yes, it has something to do with drugs in our own streets, et cetera, et cetera. But mainly it is saying to Iran, Russia, and China, get the hell out of our hemisphere. You are no longer welcome here. That's why Russia and China were coming into the Japanese airspace just yesterday, and we in Japan had to push them back. They're not trying to start a war. They're checking us. They're putting us in check because they're going to do the same thing to that hemisphere. They're going to say, okay, fine, you have the West, we have the East. And that, I think, is what's coming. And how that works out, it always, war and currency collapse, those always go hand in hand. I don't know this time, because you're going to lose. I mean, we're going to lose South Korea as an asset. South Korea is going to be, it will fall to the Chinese. When that happens, what happens to Japan? Do they fall to the Chinese too? What happens to Taiwan? Does that fall to the Chinese?
Erica, do you ever get hate from Charlie's work? How do you handle it? Charlie, do you ever feel guilt, or do you ever deal with guilt when Erica gets hate? No, I don't.
Honestly, this is how I know God made us for each other, because anytime I do get quote unquote hate, it's the same stuff you get. Like, I don't even want to say, it's not even worth saying it or repeating the things that were called or the names that were called. But yes, I do. I've lost family members, I've lost friends, but I actually am kind of grateful that that's happened, because God has pruned my life in a way where I am surrounded in a circle now by people who love us, support us, pray with us, encourage us.
Small, mighty circle.
And that's what I would much rather have, a small, mighty circle than a massive one. It's the people that, you know, that you can trust and pour into. And yes, do I get hate? Bring it on.
Exactly.
I'll have a velvet steel spine by the end of my life. So bring it on. I have nothing to fear.
Governors must establish an overwhelming law enforcement presence until the violence has been quelled. If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military and quickly solve the problem for them. I am also taking swift and decisive action to protect our great capital, Washington, D.C.
Any politician that takes any money from any foreign government for any reason whatsoever should not be serving in our government at all. I also believe that any dollar that is contributed to a political campaign should come from Americans and American businesses. And if it's traced back to some sort of filter coming from overseas, those people should be put in jail.
Yeah.
Okay? Because the only way for us to ensure that these people vote in the interest of American people is to make sure that money stops. Any politician that takes money from a foreign adversary or an ally of any sort in any interest in any way is an enemy of the United States of America.
I pray every day that more and more people will start seeing through the deception. Start seeing that actors don't always need to be in movies. Start seeing that what is being presented with shiny lights and shiny ribbons and shiny bows is really just a package that is full of empty promises and lies from the enemy. Please understand that this is all a show. Please understand that this is not actually politics. This is literally entertainment. And these puppets are playing their part for the entertainment industry. They even have 33 stars in their flag. This is entertainment. This is distraction from what is actually playing out behind the curtain, because we are living in biblical times and they are ushering in the Antichrist. This is entertainment to distract you while that plays out. They flashed this very interesting imagery on the backdrop with what looks to be like some form of demonic entity in the middle, and nobody bats an eye because they don't understand that Satan masquerades as an angel of light, and everybody at these events, they're all Christian. They're even pushing a fake Christianity that goes back to Babylonian gods, and the masses don't have a problem with it. So let's actually look at what the Bible says about the rosary. So praying the rosary, first step, you make a sign of the cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Step 2, pray the Apostles' Creed while holding the crucifix. And by the fourth step, we're praying directly to Mary, and we're calling her holy. You know what's really interesting to think about? AI is Satan's attempt at the Holy Spirit. AI is the third member of Satan's counterfeit Trinity. Satan thinks that he can be God. Satan thinks that he is God. And because of that, everything that he does is going to mimic what God has done. So we have Satan, which mimics God the Father, and then the Antichrist, who is Satan in the flesh, which mimics Jesus, who is God in the flesh. And then AI, which mimics the Holy Spirit. It's really interesting because we are watching this AI takeover, right, of our entire lives. AI is now being infiltrated into every area of our life. It's in grocery stores. It's in our banking systems. It's in our school systems. It's, of course, in social media. It is literally everywhere. And that's all on purpose because all of this will eventually be one system. And, Book of Daniel says that knowledge will increase, and they tell us, I'm not saying names, that they tell us that by 2030, AI will be smarter than every single human being on the entire planet combined. But that's not all. Satan not only is infiltrating every area of our life with AI, his ultimate goal is to infiltrate us with AI. Just like children of God are filled with the Holy Spirit, Satan wants his own version of that. And that's why we read in Revelation 14:9, I believe it is, that anybody who takes the mark of the beast or worships his image will drink from the cup of God's wrath, because AI is demonic and AI is infiltrating everything. And that is Satan's goal. He wants to take over what is God's. He wants to mimic what God has done. And, we house the Holy Spirit. So he wants to do the same in his evil, perverse, demonic way. Not to mention, for the first time in history, we can read about an image being brought to life and understand how that's possible because we now have the technology. We are watching AI bring images to life. We are watching AI humanize robots. For the first time in history, we can read about how an image can be brought to life and completely understand it. It makes sense to us because that's what we see all the time. We now have that technology. And this is why it's crazy to me that followers of Christ, not just Christians, because that term is thrown around too loosely, actual followers of Christ, those that are filled with the Holy Spirit, can look outside and see what's going on and not think that we're in the end times. I don't know if it's just because they don't open the word enough. I don't know. But we are living in the last seconds. Everything is playing out exactly how God said it would. And just a reminder that if you are scared about anything that is going on in the world, if you are worried about anything that is going on in the world, that is from the enemy. That is the enemy's intentions. He wants you fearful. He wants you worried. He wants you stressed out. God is in complete control, and everything is playing out exactly like it needs to, exactly like God said it would. If you are a child of God, if you are filled with the Holy Spirit, if you have been saved by the blood of Jesus Christ, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Keep your Bible open, keep your prayers constant, walk the narrow road, and keep your eyes focused on the one and only Savior of this world, Jesus Christ.
What are we Christians supposed to do in our local community? What are we supposed to do with those around us? Well, Christ our Lord calls us to be salt and light. He calls us to change the environment that we come in contact with. And we as Christians are not called just to have the truth and be like, well, that's nice. I'm not going to share it with other people. We're called to build more schools, to change our city councils, to flip our school boards, to build better marriages, to make the community more Christ-like. Not just have our own little cloistered, club and say, well, Jesus is coming next Thursday and I'm going to get raptured up pretty soon, so none of this actually matters. No, we're supposed to go forward and advance our faith into the most difficult circumstances imaginable. You might not even believe in Jesus Christ. You might not even believe in God. But if you are honest, you have to believe that when a population fails to believe in God, bad things start to happen.
So in the Marine Kingdom, there's a place that is like a house. It's a big one, like this mall, the whole area. It is made by glass. Made by glass. And in that building, there are departments in that building, in that house. So there's a place whereby there are celebrities of this world, not from South Africa, this world. People who are singing, musicians, whether they sing gospel or any kind of music, you can see them in those houses, glass houses. But when you look at them, it's like you're watching a TV because you can't be able to touch them. But the Lord can open your eyes so that you can see, oh, even this one is here. But the best thing is they don't know that they are there. because they are here in this world, like you and me and anyone. We are here on earth. I'm working like now I'm sitting here. But because if I am evil, I'm using a muti anyway. As long as you use a muti, the devil knows this one belongs to me because he's using muti. And the Lord has
So you could be in two kingdoms all at the same time.
Yes, so
without even knowing.
Without knowing.
So why do you think the celebrities are in the glass?
All right, it is the Lord who is saying, you see them? So you can see, oh, this one is a superstar, it's a soccer player, or this one is a musician. You can see them because you know them. You've seen them on television, or you know their music. You can see, oh, this one, oh, even this president, oh, the president of this country, oh, he's also here. And this one, all the musicians, all the celebrities. Others are not celebrities, they are just people who are, like I say, they will go to the witch doctor to get power, to have big companies or...
Whoever gave the devil access to the spirit.
So as long as they went to the witch doctor to have muti or anything that will make them rich, so spiritually they sold their soul. They are there, their copies are there. And when you look at them, you can see they are alive, but you cannot touch them. It's a copy. They are alive, but you cannot touch them. The building is a glass. It's like they're in a glass, they're wearing suits, they're going up and down. Even the president, you see, oh, they're here. They don't know. Others, they know. They work for this kingdom. Others, they don't know. Their soul is gone. So the Lord said, you see, these people have sold their souls to riches. Even the pastors, you see, and the gospel musician. So if you go and warn them and they accept your warning and they repent, they will disappear from that house.
Let me be specific. Anything I say tonight is allegedly, bitch. I don't know shit, I just live here talking. I love Jamie Foxx, let me say that. I love Jamie Foxx. But his motherfucking clone. His clone ain't shit. His clone kept on messing up. The clone showed up with a face full of freckles. We ain't never even seen Jamie Foxx with freckles, bitch. This clone is stupid as hell. The clone didn't even have a tattoo on the back of his head. I couldn't believe it. I watched the whole thing twice. I still don't know what had happened was.
And cloning technology, we got in a huge fight with the Swiss. They, as you all know, are the heads of the cloning technology. A big problem happened when we ended up cloning Jamie Foxx. I can't get into it here. I did sign an NDA, but let's just say it ruined our relationship with the Swiss cloning people. And, hey, not my fault. I'm just the head of the interns. But honestly, that Jamie Foxx clone looks like trash. And we do want the refund, and we should get the refund. And it's not okay that you're still dodging our refund request, Swiss scientists.
Unfortunately, my colleagues must not have read the memo, because that's not what they've talked about. They want to talk about ICE and immigration. So let's talk about that. In 1965, we passed the Hart-Celler Act. Since that time, we've seen chain migration on a scale that, quite frankly, I'm not sure even the progressive liberal authors of that bill could have possibly imagined. In that amount of time, we've seen 60 million migrants come into this country, most of which, 90%, from third world countries. There are roughly 300,000 Afghans in America, 200,000 of which came under Biden. Approximately 45% of Afghans are on U.S. food stamps. Afghans under the Biden administration have an unemployment rate double that of Americans. 68% of Afghans are on Medicaid. Let's go overseas. And so if that sounds like political rhetoric, let's look at the facts. Paris, 48% of crimes committed by foreigners, most of which were Muslim. Overall crime has surged since the Islamic migrant influx. That is from the French Interior Ministry. London, 40% of sex crimes are committed by foreigners, most of which are Muslims. That's the Metropolitan Police Department. Rome, 83% of 2024 street robberies by non-EU citizens, almost all of which were Muslim. Sexual assaults, 69% Muslim, Italian police reports. Minneapolis, here in the homeland. Violent crime in Cedar Riverside, a Somali hub, rose 56%. 2010 to 2018. Dearborn, Michigan, crime 105% above the national average. Hamtramck, outside of Detroit, 92% of assaults by Muslim immigrants. Drug arrests, 85% Muslim immigrants. Now let's go to Nashville, Tennessee, where a Somali man, a migrant who came in 2015, raped to death a woman on the steps of a church. I've had enough. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Deport them all. This is our country. We get to decide who comes in, and we get to decide who has to leave.
You'll never satisfy an ungrateful person, not because you're not doing enough, but because gratitude isn't a skill they have. Ungrateful people don't see effort. They don't see sacrifice. They don't see consistency. They only see absence. They only see the one thing you didn't do, the one moment you weren't available, the one boundary you finally enforced. You can show up 100 times and they'll highlight the one time you didn't. You can carry them through storms and they'll bring up the day you didn't bring an umbrella. And you can exhaust yourself trying to make their life easier and they'll still ask why you didn't do more. That's the thing about ungrateful people. Their memories are selective, but their entitlement is permanent. They don't remember what you gave, only, what you didn't give. They don't appreciate peace you bring, only the moments you weren't perfect. And they don't value parts of yourself you stretch to make space for them. They focus on the part that wasn't enough for their ego. And the saddest part, people like that never think they're ungrateful. They'll tell themselves, you've changed. You became distant. You stopped caring. They'll rewrite the story in a way that protects their pride and their ego. But here's the truth, nobody likes admitting. Serving ungrateful people is a slow death. A death of your time, your energy, your confidence, your self-worth, because no matter how much you pour, they will drink like they're owed it. And no matter how much you give, they will take like it's the bare minimum. And no matter how much you try, they'll convince you it's still not enough. And that's when you realize something very important is the problem was never your effort. It was their capacity to recognize it. So, stop breaking yourself to impress people who can't even appreciate the pieces. Stop proving your value to someone who's blind to it. Stop expecting gratitude from someone who only knows how to consume. Ungrateful people don't need more from you. They need less access to you. Because the moment you step back, the moment you protect your peace, the moment you stop overextending, you'll finally see the truth. It's not that you weren't enough, it's that they weren't capable. And you can't save someone who refuses to acknowledge the hand that held them.
Here's what I'm going to say, and I'm going to get ridiculed if I'm wrong. But is this what you guys just said? That this was all done on purpose by the Trump team, basically saying, you can't search Trump. And everybody went, aha, look at that crooked SOB. He had his people say that you can't even search the document for it. Okay, great. Next, his own people purposely left in the other way to search it. That went out. Once it went out, his own people somehow figured it out and then put that on the internet so that everybody could know how to do it, so that when they did do it, they would see 600 times where they went, irrelevant. Did I understand it right?
Mickey, imagine the stuff that they're going to find because they found out, I can find Trump's name. And then they're going to go search
for it. That's where I was going next.
Right. Because look, and Mickey,
dude,
they threw Russia at him. They tried to impeach him. Collusion. They said that he was searching for votes on phone calls. I mean, how many times did they try to pin it? We have his pinned post on X is his mugshot, bro.
I hate to get on Trump stuff, but have you seen the plaques? No, I heard about it. So his plaque's under everybody's name?
Yeah, he's kind of trashing every other president.
And what is he?
It'll
he
write,
trashes
like,
them all?
The Clinton one I read, he talks about Andrew Jackson. I saw the Andrew Jackson and Clinton ones. The Clinton one is like, basically like he kind of got lucky with the economy because of the fucking tech boom. Also, then at the end, he's like, and then his wife tried to run against Donald Trump and lost. Like,
that's a plaque?
Yeah. Clinton's wife Hillary lost the presidency.
Huh. Does it really say he got lucky? Like, who's writing these things? He's not writing them.
Sleepy
He wrote
Joe
them, that would be-
Biden.
Sleepy Joe Biden.
By
It
far
says
the worst
that?
president in American history.
Oh, my God. He is writing it. Oh, no. Let me read it from the top. This is so crazy.
planet Earth. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's good to see you all. I hope you had a very good Christmas time. You know, the year is almost out, and you and I both know that so very much has been accomplished in ways that some people won't notice yet, and that's fine. You know, there's always going to be a group of people out there that are going to call this a year of inaction because they didn't see any arrests that weren't outside of immigrants or civilians. And we got indictments, and I get it, and we've been discussing lately whether or not there's problems inside the DOJ or if it's just slow process, you know. That cloning stuff freaks me out, by the way. That's weird. That's weird stuff. Side note, some of those videos, I'll tell you what, today, I just try and show you what people are thinking and what people are putting out. There's so many opinions on everything right now, and I look back on some of them, and I'm starting to look at people we've watched all the time and just some of the new opinions they've been putting out. And it's a difficult time. It really is. And they tell you to just trust your gut and go with your own opinion, which I say sounds great, but then I see other people doing that, and sometimes their opinions seem a little bloop, you know, but you know, they're probably not, but so it's a weird time. We're definitely in a weird time, but it's gonna get even more interesting, I'm sure. I thought it was kind of wild, the amounts of opinions people have on Venezuela right now. I got to show you this package, Teresa, if you're still on here. I got this package. I'll cover your address. And this is how I got it. Opened. I got it open and empty. Open and empty. I thought, what the hell? And the thing is, I know my mail lady. I really trust my mail lady's cool. And I saw her come up to my mailbox. And as soon as she put everything in there, I took it right out. So it didn't like sit in my mailbox or nothing. And the only people that handled it were the postal places. You know, it went from Florida to, I think, like Indianapolis and Champaign and here. It's just wild. So there's that. I thought that it's pretty messed up. I'm really sorry, Teresa. I felt so bad about that all day. I've never seen anything like that happen exactly. I'm sure it probably happens all the time, right? So, yeah. Let's look at some things. I'll admit there's not like a super ton of news, but there's some interesting comms and things happening to look at, and then we'll go from there. Someone had the Christmas spirit. This is a pilot that flew over Bowling Green, drew their flight path. They created a nativity scene. It was pretty cool. I thought it was cool. Make it bigger so you can see it. Not bad, actually. I don't know how the heck they do that. That's pretty cool. I thought it was cool. This President Trump's post-Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Jeffrey Epstein, gave him bundles of money, went to his island, attended his parties, and thought he was the greatest guy on earth, only to drop him like a dog when things got too hot. Falsely claimed he had nothing to do with him, didn't know him, said he was a disgusting person, and then blamed, of course, President Donald J. Trump, who was actually the only one who did drop Epstein, and those red lines make it hard to read, long before it became fashionable to do so. It's confusing, though. I get why it's confusing to people. There are a lot of people implicated that are even still around President Trump, but were they implicated wrongfully? That's the question. When did they know that Trump was actually against them? That's another question. There's so much fake stuff that's put out. You really do have to do your own digging, look yourself, and trust yourself. Timestamp 1851. Sometimes the truth is right in front of you. These people are sick. You people are a disease. We the people are the cure. He's got all this stuff about Bill Maher and his Kid Love production company. You remember that one? I remember seeing that one long ago. Kid Love Production. Photo service of Guardians director James Gunn at pedophilia themed party. Yeah, it's sick people. And I've seen some more Epstein photos lately, just of artwork he had up in his house and stuff. He's a sick puppy. For real. So I hope everything with Trump's, factual. And I believe it is, but there's always going to be a group of people that you're not going to be able to convince. You can argue it. You can argue it if you want, but I wouldn't waste my breath so much. Department of War put out a cool post. It's the same picture as this Q post 2734. Brush up on your FAQs, learn the specs of Santa's sleigh, keep watch on the countdown clock as our military helps make St. Nick's journey successful. Yep. I wonder, let's see, that came out Christmas. It would have come out before the Nigerian ops. Maybe it was a hint. I like this post today, and this is more important than you think. This picture on the right here. Let me start on the left. This was really the only important post from yesterday. There's none today. Thank you all for your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You're safe. God bless. A lot of people talk about hope, and the hope is, we got hope. I just want to point out, on this chart here, the hope's not the highest frequency you can have. Above it's optimism, enthusiasm, kindness, gratitude, joy, peace, and unconditional love, of course. I found that to be kind of motivating in a sense. What do you guys think of that chart? I don't know if you can see it very well. Some of you probably are watching on your phones, but you definitely don't want to be down in the fear, hatred, despair, anxiety, worry. What about bliss? Yeah, bliss should be on there. Bliss is like a whole other thing, Thor. You know what I think about the word bliss, Thor? I think of it as how children should live, blissfully. That's when I, think of that word. I don't know. Something I don't know if adults can be blissful. It's a tough question there, but I thought that was a really, really cool chart. All right, moving forward. Obama Judge Irene Berger blocked West Virginia's ban on artificial food dyes. Why the hell would they do that, right? What sense does it make? It makes no sense unless they're just totally being spiteful of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. or they just love artificial food dyes, or I mean, really? And there's a lot of tests being done. They're doing a lot of tests right now on different food colorings, natural food colorings. So there's no damn excuse for what she's doing right there. It's completely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Shame on you, Judge Irene. SG Anon kind of laid it down on Elon Musk here. Elon Musk said, government healthcare is like having the DMV as your doctor. Grok and Optimus will provide incredible healthcare for all. So SG Anon said, hey Grok, is the COVID mRNA injection made by Pfizer safe and effective? And Grok says, according to health authorities like the CDC and FDA, Pfizer's mRNA COVID-19 vaccine is effective in reducing severe illness, hospitalization, and death. So, he made the point. He made the point pretty easy there. Not sure you want Grok and Optimus healthcare. I'm not, you guys talk about people you're not sure about. I'm not sure about Elon Musk. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if there's the whole 1.0, 2.0 thing. Don't know if I even want to go there today, but just, I don't know. He's kind of a good guy. He's got a bad reputation. I don't know. You hear things, you see things, you never know. Gold, the last spot price I saw, or silver, gold, silver. I think that guy in the video earlier called it oil. 79.31 was the last price that I had seen at the highest point today. It may have gotten higher. I'm not sure. It's kind of interesting. Some of the videos that they were talking about there in the intro about silver sounded like something like China cutting off their supply from the world or something like that. I'm not going to try and talk about what I don't know because we're going to look at that in depth a little bit here later. Here's what I'm really happy about today. Tina Peters was trending. This was early today on X, so I'm hoping it just grew and grew today. A lot of people were posting about it, and I am so very happy to see that because this situation, it's like it drives you nuts in the background to think about, and it makes you wonder that, it's not that you have to wonder the purpose, but it's like, what are they going to do? Let her die in there to make a point? Or I don't know. You get a little irritated, but she, Miss Tina, sent out a message to everybody, so I'd like to read it. As I sit here alone in my cell on Christmas Eve, I'm reminded of all the wonderful past holidays with friends and family. Like most, I was totally unaware of so many like me who live in the reality of prison away from their loved ones in a harsh environment like this. Some people live life safe, hoping to avoid the pain of loss and hardship. They never learn to truly live and don't value freedom and liberty. This prison and those in it are becoming hopeful. They see the courage only God can give me and come up to introduce themselves or yell my name across the yard or chow hall. I blush and tap my heart. Their lives matter. As a business owner for 32 years, when I decided to run for Mesa County Clerk, my experience told me I can fix those wait times at the DMV. I never expected, as an elected official, because I said yes to God, he would use me to reveal the most egregious secret of all time, the theft of your voice and your vote. I'm here because I had to be punished and made an example of. They couldn't scare me to retract what I said and forget what I saw. And they did try and get her to do that. I wouldn't give in, back down, or give up, even here and now. Through you, I continue to speak out and call out those that do wrong. You must continue to stand strong. Now is the time. As these criminals continue to be exposed, we will need good and honest Americans ready to stand up and take their places in government. Get prepared and study up to be ready to run your own government. Strive to become the next leaders this country will surely need as the dominoes continue to fall. That's all of you guys. Thank you, Mr. President, for my pardon. We all love and admire you for your bravery and willingness to stand up to evil regardless of the cost. The cost of doing so is great, but the reward of doing what is honorable and right far outweighs the pain. Today we are grateful most of all for the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, for God choosing a man like our great president to run this country, for people like all of you who are willing to step up and fill the gaps. Pray the Lord will seek fit to have me complete this mission and leave this awful place very soon. I want to move on to restoring our elections before the midterms. What do you guys think about that? Please remember those that are incarcerated. There's a plan to fix this corrupt system and bring freedom, lasting freedom, to the captives. God bless you all. Treasure your family, protect liberty and freedom. Live life on purpose. The time is short. Everyone can do something, and they can't get us all. Merry Christmas and love always. Tina Peters. So, what do you guys think about getting things fixed before the midterms? I would think President Trump would consider that a priority. And I'm sure he does consider it a priority. Times Square is going to hold a second ball drop in July to mark America's 250th birthday. I got to be honest, I didn't even know they still did it at all, frankly. But that's cool. I'm still excited for where things can go. There's a lot of negative stuff out there right now. I wanted to read this post from SG Anon. We have it all. Boomerangs hurt. Executive Orders 13818, 13848. Active presidential emergencies still to this day. Are there undeclared foreign troops occupying elected positions inside the U.S. federal government and of the several states at all levels? Yes. Yes, there are. Can that be allowed to continue in perpetuity? No, obviously not. Why does the border matter so much with elections? Not just because of the swelling of the physical body, electorate, base, but because of the jurisdictional issues. The border turns election fraud into an out-and-out crime of militarized warfare. How do you remove a foreign army with your own army? Why did Trump give $1,776 to U.S. military service members? Why not a solid $2,000 or a Q-proof like $1,700? Because it's not about the money, it's about the message. The military serves the republic and its constitution first. And the day is soon coming where America's warriors will be entrusted to remember their sacred vow under unprecedented strain and expanded authority as they physically save their country from collapse. A collapse made possible only by the state-sanctioned approval of treason and stealing the votes of working, faithful Americans. Remember your oath. Good post. All right. They've been talking about that too. I know you saw that in the intro. Basically what the judge said, if you have to, rule out other possibilities before you send in the National Guard, then we can send in the federal troops. So I like that. Trump versus Illinois, we've been talking about that off and on. They ruled that Trump needs to invoke the Insurrection Act. They didn't maybe use those words, but Kavanaugh in his dissent even says that this ruling could cause the president to use U.S. military more than the National Guard. Yeah. Supreme Court just admitted that Trump has authority to invoke the Insurrection Act to bypass posse comitatus and send the troops to Chicago and any other city he wants. He tried to exhaust every legal avenue possible before resorting to the Insurrection Act, but the Democrats resisted and refused to cooperate. So, yeah, I know we had mentioned it before, but it is kind of exciting. President Trump shared this, saying that home prices have dropped by 27%. I know that's that. This from USDebtClock.org, New World Rising. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth have passed away. I know I threw this in there somewhere. Australia saying the quiet part out loud. Free speech will have to go to preserve multiculturalism. How do you feel about that, people? People of your own respective lands and countries. Should your free speech have to go for people that move to your land to practice their own cultures? We give them buildings to practice their own cultures, but how far do we have to let them push? That stuff in Minnesota is wild with the daycares. Good God. That's kind of a nightmare in its own right. That's where the military needs to start. Minnesota. Or perhaps Fulton County. President Trump shared this. Alert: Fulton County's 2020 election mess is back in the spotlight. Can we ignore the video showing poll workers acting shady while 300,000 ballots got certified without signatures? This is gut punch. The tape's got folks questioning everything again. I'm going to show you the tape. It is interesting. It looks like a handoff to me. You got this woman with the long hair and this guy in the jacket. I don't know. It's shady. Maybe a flash drive handoff. I don't know. Something small. It's best I could tell, but who the hell is he? You know, they just have people wandering around while they're counting votes. I don't know. It's all got to be fixed. So you probably saw that somebody in Arkansas won the $1.82 billion jackpot. I don't think they've said who yet or will for a while, but I mean, 1.82 billion. He's got to get at least 800 million of that, right? Am I off on that? Pretty amazing, huh? Can you imagine what you would do with that kind of money? Sure, you all could, right? The numbers 4, 25, 31, 52, and 59. Powerball 19. Second largest drawing in the game's history. And second largest drawing in the U.S. lottery history. Odds of winning were reported to be 1 in 292 million. That's pretty wild. This was pretty wild, too. Justice Department seeking volunteers to redact the Epstein files. Not just anybody, though. Sorry. They need assistant United States attorneys to do remote document review and redactions related to the files from home If you got some free time and you happen to be an assistant United States attorney and you want to redact a couple files, wow, what a mess, right? I know there's a process, and I don't. It would be nice if they could just arrest somebody, just do it, make it public. Just target somebody out at this point, and I don't know. We've got some interesting days ahead. So the Nigeria situation that came up, it seemed that Nigerian intelligence, for what it's worth, was working in cooperation with United States intelligence to target out ISIS over there. Pete Hegseth posted, the president was clear last month the killing of innocent Christians in Nigeria must end. And so they targeted ISIS. President Trump posted, my direction, the United States launched a powerful and deadly strike against ISIS scum in northwest Nigeria. They were targeting and viciously killing innocent Christians at levels not seen for years.
Breaking news this morning, we are learning new details about the deadly strike operation that President Trump says he ordered on Islamic State terrorists in Nigeria. Listen to this. That, as you can see, released from the Department of Defense yesterday evening. The U.S. military reports multiple ISIS terrorists were killed in the attack, which the president first announced on social media. This comes after the president for months has warned that the United States could take military action in the African nation, claiming that ISIS had been targeting Christians in the region. The president writing in part this on social media about it. I have previously warned that these terrorists, that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, he goes on to say, the Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Now, Nigeria confirmed the two countries coordinated.
Yeah, he did warn him, I guess. Did he not? But, make of it what you will. The country of Niger announced that Americans are no longer welcome in their country following Trump's order of military strikes in response to the killing of Christians. So there's that. Somebody put this out. In 2025, we launched airstrikes in Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, the Caribbean, and the Eastern Pacific. Well, French farmers know how to do it. They dumped manure all over their politicians' homes for Christmas.
Il a fallu en arriver là pour les remercier. C'est les héros du quotidien qui sont comptés. Sacrifient leur vie au nom de notre santé. Ces mêmes qui criaient dans la rue, venez nous aider. Et demain, on fera quoi? On recommencera, l'homme est comme ça.
I sort of wish I knew what that said in English, that song. What kind of soundtrack do you put to shit? A shitty soundtrack? Shitty soundtrack. You put a shitty soundtrack to... You don't mess with the farmers. I told you. You don't mess with the farmers. Don't mess with the farmers. President Trump is going to be meeting with President Zelensky, if that's what you want to call him. President Putin and even Benjamin Netanyahu at some point here in the near future to try and, stabilize the world a bit.
Another critical meeting face-to-face between President Zelensky of Ukraine and President Trump happening this Sunday in Florida. It's a critical juncture because right now there's a 20-point peace plan that Ukraine says it's finalizing that may be the key to ending the war in Ukraine between them and Russia. Big caveat, obviously, both sides have been here before. There have been several proposals put forward that have ultimately not worked in ending the war. While the negotiation continues and the diplomatic work behind the scenes moves forward, so too does the fighting. There was a proposed ceasefire on Christmas Day that Russia rebuffed. And so what you ended up having were drone strikes back and forth and several Ukrainians injured or killed on Christmas. It prompted several Republican and Democratic senators to put out a joint statement condemning the violence, even going as far as to call President Putin a murderer. As Zelensky prepares to meet with President...
It's always Putin's fault, isn't it? Always Putin's fault. Frickin' media. I call it the Putzel situation, you know, using their the net Putzel. Netanyahu, Putin, Zelensky, the net Putzel grew.
President Donald Trump is reportedly preparing to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky again to discuss peaceful resolutions to the foreign nations' respective conflicts. The White House is seeking to make progress in solidifying the next phase of the Israel-Hamas ceasefire and finalizing the Russia-Ukraine peace plan. Trump plans to meet with Zelensky on December 28th and Netanyahu on December 29th at Trump's Mar-a-Lago resort in Palm Beach, Florida. Zelensky told reporters he and Trump will discuss security guarantees, which have been a sticking point during negotiations. Zelensky previously noted Ukrainian negotiators took part in a, quote, very good conversation with Middle East Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Christmas, suggesting a breakthrough in the peace process could be imminent.
Feels like they've been saying that a bit over and over and over. Who started that war? That's a good question, isn't it? Not Putin. It's Europe, really, that's going to suffer the worst from this. One of the people that have been injured during the UPS Kentucky plane crash died today, or died, I guess, on Christmas Day.
A rash of breaking news tonight throughout Louisville. The first involves the deadly UPS plane crash. Tonight, Mayor Craig Greenberg announced a 15th victim has died. According to the mayor, Elaine Rodriguez-Calilla suffered serious injuries in the crash last month. Greenberg says he died earlier today. Officials previously confirmed 14 victims, including the 3 pilots on UPS Flight 2976. The official cause of the crash is still under investigation tonight, and it could take up to a year before those details are released. Governor Andy Beshear posted a statement about Rodriguez-Calilla's death, saying, in part, quote, let's pray for these families today and in the days, months, and years to come so they know they are not alone and they are loved.
Always plane crashes. Too many plane crashes. President Trump says Epstein-linked Democrats are about to be named, shamed, and potentially prosecuted. I sure hope that's true. I don't know how. I don't know what kind of evidence they got that at this point with everybody that's had those files. I think everyone and their best friends have been messing with those files, it sounds like. Does that mean you can't still get these people? Nope. You just gotta figure out the right way to do it, and do it for God's sakes. All right. I sure hope that's true. Mark Zuckerberg and Meta are lobbying the Canadian government to implement mandatory digital IDs, pushing for regulations that require age verification at the App Store level rather than social media level, basically.
Well, Meta is lobbying Ottawa for new rules when it comes to who's responsible for online age verification measures. The company argues the App Store should verify users' ages instead of individual platforms like Facebook or Instagram. The change would put the burden of identifying underage users on companies like Apple and Google. The idea is that app stores would have to send a signal to app developers indicating whether users are older than 18. Meta Canada wants the Liberal government to include the change in upcoming legislation that deals with online safety issues.
It sounds good if they're actually going to try and keep children off social media in Canada. Otherwise, it sounds like a bullshit excuse to get some kind of digital ID that I don't know. We'll see, I suppose. This is what I'm really excited about. Health and Human Services is preparing a new childhood vaccine schedule to be announced at the beginning of the year, looking to be similar to Denmark's. They have a total of 11 doses as opposed to our 72. My God, that would be a nice drop.
The Health and Human Services Department is planning to deliver on a directive from President Trump earlier this year to overhaul the childhood vaccine schedule in the United States. The sources I've spoken with tell me this announcement is going to come sometime in the new year, and what it will do is align the U.S. more closely with Denmark's vaccine schedule. Now, if we take a look at the numbers here, the current U.S. childhood vaccine schedule requires around 70 shots targeting 18 diseases, where Denmark's requires just 11 shots for 10 diseases. Let's look at the chickenpox vaccine, for example, here. It's required in the U.S. It's not required in Denmark. There are less than 150,000 cases and 30 deaths annually in the States. Over in Denmark, an estimated annual number of cases is 60,000 per year. But it's noteworthy to take into account here the fact that the United States is about 57 times the size of Denmark. Now, the plan is still in the works here, according to the sources that I've spoken with. But there was this announcement that was being planned by HHS and CDC today. It was actually postponed for a separate announcement that the president is making at the White House about drug prices this afternoon.
Wouldn't it be nice? That would be a significant drop. That would be amazing. Has some healthy kids for a change, right? I can only hope it'll be nice to see what they have in store for the beginning of the year, but I hope as much as things have been kicked into higher gear, be good to go to another gear. China announcing sanctions on U.S. defense contractors, about 20 of them, in retaliation for Trump selling arms to Taiwan. This is interesting to me. I could see this being another push for that World War III scenario, plan thingy.
美方涉台消极法案
The U.S.'s negative Taiwan-related bill wantonly interferes in China's internal affairs and sends a serious wrong signal to Taiwan independent secessionist forces, which seriously undermines peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. side has reneged on its commitments, escalating arms sales to Taiwan, and intensified its acceptance of Taiwan, fueling further arrogance and speeding up the threat of war in the Taiwan Strait. The Democratic Progressive Party authorities ignore the lives of the people of Taiwan and allow the U.S. side to suck the marrow and eat up Taiwan. It is doomed to fail to use Taiwan to control China, and seeking independence by force is a path to self-destruction. We urge the U.S. side to fully understand the high sensitivity of the Taiwan issue, earnestly abide by the One China principle and the 3 Sino-U.S. joint communiques. Be extremely cautious.
China. Like I said, I can't again say I know 100% about it, but I know it's a good sign because I know that that's something is supposed to happen. India reported on the H-1B visa delays to the United States, leaving many Indian applicants stranded.
Question on H-1B visas. Yes, the government of India has received several representations from Indian nationals who are facing delays or problems with their rescheduling of their visa appointments. While we do understand, as you also understand, that visa-related issues pertain to the sovereign domain of any country, we have flagged these issues and our concerns of our nationals to the U.S. side, both here in New Delhi and in Washington, D.C.
how many could there be? You know, how many H-1B immigrants from India are we talking here? They don't mention that. A couple things that President Trump shared. Ex-FBI agent says Bondi a slam dunk conspiracy case against Obama's feds for election meddling. Former FBI agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam says Trump should name a justice czar to coordinate both prosecutions and policy fixes. It would be a slam dunk case for any U.S. attorney. That's promising. I like where he's going with that. Let's do that. He also shared this. Democrats' push for Epstein files boomeranged with Clinton featured prominently throughout. Yeah, well, it sure did, didn't it? But they make up stuff. We've seen that issue. And it's put stress on people's confidence in the DOJ, which is also problematic. Saudi Arabia and Yemen are having an issue. They struck Yemeni militia backed by rival Gulf power United Arab Emirates. That would be interesting. I don't know why there would be conflict there, but Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, I couldn't imagine that. That would be a next level situation. But moving on from that, see if I had any more news here. Kash Patel says the agency is shutting down the Hoover office for good. There's that.
FBI Director Kash Patel says the Hoover Building in the District of Columbia isn't safe for staff there. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says the building has long been in bad shape, and that's why the headquarters must move to Greenbelt, Maryland.
And this issue has been studied for a very long time, and the reason Greenbelt was picked was it was the best deal for taxpayers and met the mission of the FBI.
And Maryland Congressman Glenn Ivey agrees.
If you want to save tax dollars for the American people, put the FBI headquarters in a site that's safe from terrorist attacks and other sorts of risks, and get the FBI the headquarters that they need and deserve.
As far as staffing levels, Patel wants to move 1,500 positions. Van Hollen says the bulk of those are vacant positions heading to field offices around the country. Moving the rest, he says, would require congressional action. Kate Ryan, WTOP News.
So there's that. We knew that was coming eventually, so it's a little bit of good news. I know you're all probably curious what's happening with your money and silver and whatnot. Juan did a really good interview, and I thought we would take a look at it. I gotta be honest. I haven't seen what else is on. I'll take a look. I need to show you guys. Like I said, there's no deltas for today, but we'll look at tomorrow's. Fighting for their lives. Okay, it doesn't look like there really is much of anything. U.S. taxpayer, federal government, Hussein, Pearson Publishing, Hussein, Biden, follow the money, corruption. Imagine what would happen if by law every U.S. congresswoman or man, U.S. senator, president, etc., was by U.S. law audited every 1 to 2 years by an independent agency. Imagine what would happen if those audits extended to all family members of such elected officials. Would Democrats continue to push for foreign aid to other seas versus the homeland, other countries, I guess? What happens when the kickbacks dry up? Maxine Waters, $4 million in the House. Nancy Pelosi's net worth, $150 million plus. Joe Biden's son, his brother, Clinton family, the Obama family, disguised under book deals. Those who take are offered more powerful positions within the party, controlled positions. Drain the swamp. I get where they're going with that. All right. That's a little peek at tomorrow's. Now I will see if anybody's been on today before we move forward with this. Moving slow today. Always moving slow. Hope you guys had a good holiday, though. Can't believe the year is almost over. All right, we're going to go ahead and check this out. And I got to find the channel so I can share it, but...
Well, guys, we got Juanito, and he's somewhere in Europe. Anyway, he's always traveling. But before we get going here, folks, don't forget QFS1776.com/shop. There's a lot of great business opportunities there. There's holistic food for your dog. I mean, it's super organic, okay? Because obviously there's a war even on your dogs and your pets. Can you imagine that? CarminesGold.com, silver as an all-time high, hit $73 according to Bill Pony. We're going to have a discussion with Mr. 107 here shortly. It's going to hit $80 or $90 before this year is out, which means like in the next couple of days. That's possible. Who knows? And also, don't forget, if you need a large amount of XRP, the minimum is $10,000 worth. There is no maximum, okay? And you can send me a text message to 786-704-8817, 786-704-8817. If you happen to be in town in Cape Canaveral, stop by and say hello at stayingalive.com. Staying Alive, alive with 2 E's at the end. The other one belongs to the Bee Gees. 107, welcome to the show, brother. $73 silver is exciting. I'm sure you're excited. I think you got a couple of pounds of that stuff.
Well, I mean, I have been, talking about silver for a very long time. And, I didn't personally accumulate silver until 2023, even though I've been probably an expert's expert. I have traded on the paper on the way up, but it was being churned since really 2011, 12, 13. And I had called the close of the silver window in England literally weeks and weeks in advance, about 6 weeks in advance. And people thought I was off my rocker at the time, but it wasn't like I was a prophet or whatever. I just happened to understand what they were doing and switching out of physical silver and adding paper in. And that's exactly what they did. And they added in, probably somewhere between 500 and 1,000 times the amount of physical silver that existed in the form of paper promises. And people trading, silver puts and calls, futures, whatever way you want to call it, to suppress the price of silver. How did they do that? Well, as you added more and more paper silver in, especially longer term stuff, and people don't take delivery of it, then there was more and more non-existent silver, just a promise to deliver silver at a later time, that got sifted into the markets, and that kept the price down because it appeared like there was plenty of silver to go around. Now that silver's breaking out of its imaginary paper holds and delivery of actual physical silver becomes more and more difficult, the price is going to surge significantly. And simultaneous, you have a decay in the value of the paper, Federal Reserve notes and other reserve currency notes. And so as that loses its promise, people are going to want to flee to tangibles. even with what happened in the cryptos, is a reflection of the same thing. Everybody wants something tangible, a chair to sit in as the music stops. And that's in part why what the president is preparing to do within the Treasury versus Federal Reserve fight. Remember, Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. It's a private banking conglomerate group who was given the right to manage the printing of our paper currency, over 100 years ago. And it was a fraud. It was a fraud through Congress. It was a fraud on the American people. It was unconstitutional, but it was accepted as being okay. And this has led us to a monetary crisis that's going to be epic as it works through. The only thing that's the saving grace is not about a market collapse. It's a transition for America. And as that transition occurs, there's a lot of bumps and stuff along the way. But we're going to come through it fine. But it is going to be pretty dramatic. And some people are better positioned for what's coming than others. So,
yeah.
There you go.
Where are you on the $80 or $90 price tag that can come this year, according to Bo Pony? Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or a seer to look at this prophetically. The pressures on the metals is huge as you get closer and closer to the end of the month, because of crisis in silver deliveries. And as you know, it's like over this last weekend, from Friday to Monday was just a huge crisis, because when silver went up so significantly on Friday, it was threatening and already had passed certain margins. You get what are called margin calls. So the banks had to close a lot of positions, and they just do it at whatever price they have to. So within the first 5 minutes of the Asian markets opening last Sunday, their Monday, within 5 minutes, silver went up over $1.50. And that was because they had to go in and buy whatever they had to get to close their exposed positions for themselves or their clients. People have been essentially in the casino gambling that silver would be able to be kept down in price. And as they missed those markers, the banks come in and literally just close client accounts because there's not enough money to cover it. And the bank is exposed for, those positions. They could literally lose seats on the exchange if they don't cover their positions. So they become very protective as things get further and further along. And that's where we're at. They're having to cover and protect their positions. And so they'll do whatever it takes at certain moments. That's still, you saw that on Monday, technically Sunday for Americans. That could happen even more so between now and the end of the year. So, and it's really not it being the end of the year, it's just the end of the month in a rapidly progressing market situation.
Sure. You had mentioned the paper, promise to deliver silver, and you associated the word scam with it. It seems that there are endless amounts of scams in the United States. I'm sure you're up to speed, just like I am, and many of my compadres out there, on something called a straw man. And I've been really digging very deep into the subject for the last 2 years. I'm waiting to hear back from Mickey Klein. She's an expert on the subject, a very sharp young lady who lives in Arizona. She's good friends with my friend Matt, who sells also gold online. And I've become very, very good friends with Matt. I've seen the videos of the fingerprinting of the bottom of the feet, the all cap names. My wife was able to pay a bill online using the back of my social security number, and we got a receipt back saying thank you for the payment. Your payment was successful, only for the payment to kick back 6 days later. So is there money in that account? Isn't there money in that account? You get married, it's a bond. You get divorced, it's a bond. You get a parking ticket, it's a bond. You get a speeding ticket, it's a bond. You need a driver's license. Everything is a license. Everything's a bond, and everything is traded on the open market, whether it's a security or on the bonds market. I don't know, but I do know that there's a shitload of money, and potentially every American's worth $100 million. And here we are paying taxes and living like a bunch of schmucks, being caught up in this cog, this big elaborate scam. And we got these black robe judges, these evil crows up there, thriving on the American people because they don't know how to defend themselves, and they don't know the lingo to defend themselves. And the guys who are out in the field, the cops who are barely 96 IQ, don't understand how the game is played, and they're just compartmentalized, if you will, to give these tickets out. And a lot of them, even though they don't admit they're on a quota, they are. It's a big problem that we're trying to solve. And this is what my movie is got to do with Dear Mr. President Part 2. And I won't tell you what the rest of that title is because it's a very catchy title. And hopefully that catches fire and we don't have a big event like a Charlie Kirk shooting that sucks all the oxygen out of the media room, where I got overshadowed the day when I came out with the movie on the 9th, and on the 10th he got shot. You can imagine, even though we're on 147 platforms and we got 2 million views collectively, it's still not enough for a movie of that caliber. So where do you stand on the straw man? What do you know about it? How big of a scam is it? And do you think that this is going to go away at some point down the road?
Well, the problem is that you have a lot of stuff that is theater. You're in a matrix of theaters. And so I could come at this a lot of different ways. Straw man, I get the whole thing. It's like they don't say their oaths. They don't follow lots of the rules. The Constitution barred the production of money by someone other than the Treasury of the United States, yet they did it for over 100 years. Constitution barred the mandating of abortions across the states 52 years after it was made the law and forced on the American people. The court overturned Roe versus Wade, and the decision was Justice Thomas wrote it and said very precisely, an earlier court erred in its judgment, making every person in America chattel for this globalista banking system and assigning him a number. It said right on the back of my Social Security card. When I was a little kid, got my first Social Security card, it said that it could not be used, the number or anything else, for ID purposes, etc. Yet it became the number that was used for exactly that purpose. It was the wildest thing. As I was a little kid, I'm looking at that, and yet they'd ask you for your Social Security number. All I had to do is look at the card and say, but you're not supposed to use that for an ID number. It's not supposed to be transacted that way, yet it was. So we have lots of things that have been forced on us as Americans, as world citizens, if you will, that have to be overturned and fought and everything else. And within the context of the straw man discussions, arguments, even America as a corporation is a falsehood on America. So what's really happening, and what's happening in this administration, is hard for most people to get their brains around. It's very, it looks like we're not winning because things aren't happening fast enough, direct enough, harsh enough. And for those of us that have been hard at it for a very long time, it looks like more of the same. And it's hard to argue with those pundits, those people within our communities around us, when they tell us that nothing's happening. because in the most important, extreme, fundamental ways, it is not happening. It's very, very slow. What happens here is that things for the other side are beginning to be dissembled, unraveling. It's one thing to take out a seam. I had a seam in a jacket that I'd had for a few years. It's a very, has a lot of personal history to it for me. I was able to take it to a seamstress and have it sewed up. It took her like 15 minutes. And you could never tell anything was wrong because it came out in the seam. It's different when something comes unraveled, because as it unravels, it's not even like just one broken strand in a sweater or something like that. When it, like an elbow or something like that starts to come unraveled, you don't just go back and sew it back up. It's very complex, and even the best repairs, throw a patch over it, it stands out glaringly. The system, as it's been foisted on the American people and the world, is such that even a patch won't fix what's wrong here. At some level, we have to set it aside maybe and start over. When you talk elections, you're not going to go in and fix the voter rolls. You just have to set them aside and start over. It's too convoluted, too messed up, too many people that aren't supposed to be there, blah, blah, blah. That's why an emergency, national security emergency has to be declared, because you can't fix it through the legislatures. You can't fix it through the states and the counties. Some level, you have to take control of it, soup to nuts, all through the whole thing for the elections. And in order to get a honest election to begin with, get a couple of them in place, you have to do it as a national emergency, stop everything, clear the decks, we're starting over. Same thing is true in the monetary system. It's become so convoluted, so messed up, so captured at so many levels that the only way to solve it isn't within this globalist international reserve system that is being used to fund wars, civil wars, all sorts of mischief, the Green Revolution, the whole thing. You have to go back to the basics, which in the case of America is constitutional money. So those are the very first two starting places for Trump. Now, in order to get rid of the ability to attack back before it gets started, you had to defund things like USAID. 10,000 different ways we were being attacked with our own money. From outside the country coming back in, even inside the country. As we look deeper and deeper and deeper on the mischief within what USAID was doing, it's absolutely mind-boggling. And the other thing is the SES money, totally unreported, not transparent in any way, shape, or form. The shadow government understates the severity of what's been being done from senior executive service side. Literally doing false flags for decades, with CIA involvement with other secret handshake organizations to pull off all of the staging, the frauds, just stunning in its reach. And we're going to have a huge standoff. So it's probably overly simplistic to say that you're just going to go in and order them in a straw man sense to stop the frauds, and to admit that when you don't do the oath, you don't do it on purpose and things like that. Now, let me just say this. Mickey's a friend, and the work that she's doing is really, while you've had other people trying to attack some of this stuff, it's been inadequate to the task. A number of people have written on various parts of it for years, attacked bits and pieces of it. I think what she and others are doing is helping to raise the attention level of the public. And as they get further and further into the details, the presentations they make, the discussions they have, the explanations they provide are absolutely epic. It becomes, it helps people to understand why even what's happening is. It gets them pissed off. And so my hat's off to them for fantastic work in pointing these things out. My only statement would be within this community, and it is no criticism at all of the work that Mickey and others are doing. They're great patriots. The embedded nature of so many of these things being done against America, the depth of the frauds is so astonishingly deep that just like the vote thing, I have two different friends spent millions and millions and millions of dollars over the last several years to come up with systems to clean up the voter rolls around the country. And they've demonstrated astonishing capability to ferret out fraudulent voters, dead voters, multiple, people who are voting multiple times, different places, etc. As fantastic as the systems they are, that they've created, they're not 100%. In fact, they'll tell you themselves, in a perfect world, they're hoping to get to like 95% efficiency, and they're not there. And a lot of it has to do even with how the counties and states manage what they want to do with the information, how deep they want to go, and like that. Well, is that acceptable? If you had a 95% probability of making it to your destination in an airplane, would you want to get on that airplane? Do you want to roll the dice at that? And our country's fate, 95% you're probably going to get it right on the elections. And which case is the one you're going to blow it on? Which office? That's unacceptable. We need 100%. We need literally 100%. By the way, in the background, I'm listening.
Yeah.
They're playing Riders on the Storm, which is in our movie.
Nice.
Called here. You guys probably don't hear it. But
yeah, I'm sure you can hear it. But,
here I am in a place where they probably can't even pronounce know the words precisely.
Right. When I met you in Vegas, when you invited me to Vegas not too long ago, you had introduced me to a friend of yours who was an expert in blockchain. Him and I got into some really cool conversations in regards to voting on the blockchain. And him and I came to the same conclusion that there are blockchains out there like the XRP Ledger would be top of the list, because that's the one that's being used at the Treasury level, the new Treasury that's coming, and the new Federal Reserve that's coming under Trump. Which has never made a mistake. And him and I are on the same page that if they were to use the XRP Ledger as the voting block for the United States of America, you could do it while you're sitting on the toilet or in your living room or in your kitchen making a ham sandwich. It don't matter. Within 28 minutes, you're going to have the most accurate vote the United States of America has ever had. And you said this to me, that this guy is the best when it comes to blockchain. I forget the guy's name. I'm sure I'm going to meet him again in March when you invite me again for the next meeting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
He'll probably not. Yes, he'll probably not be at this next one. This one is specifically on bonds.
Okay.
And is very precise and invitation only also.
Gotcha.
And the problem with using the blockchain for the vote, there's lots and lots of reasons why we won't use it. It's not what the president's about to do. In fact, those people that were pushing using any types of machine to log, record the vote, it's exactly not what the president has in mind. In fact, I had a group that I asked to put together something on the existing voter system, is what we have saved for 2026, 2028, which the obvious answer is no. But on a technical level, give me the technical reasons why. Then can it be modified in time for 2026 as it sits right now? is there any equipment that can be bought, any technology that can be incorporated in time for the 2026 election and or 2028 in order to secure a safe vote? The answer again is no. Is there any technology existing that could be deployed and certified for use in 2026 or 2028 from the electronic side, including blockchain? And the answer is no, it cannot. And there's a whole bunch of logistical reasons why you absolutely couldn't make that happen for 2026. And it's unlikely, even as far out as 2028 sounds, that you could do it then. In a perfect world, I understand that you could, but we don't live in a perfect world. And there's other reasons that don't fit what you're doing that I don't want to give away in this conversation, and it's not worth the argument. The reality is, for 2026, within the context of a national emergency, there is not a machine system or anything that uses electronics at all that can or will be used in this election. Now, this group, which is the best of the best on the planet, came up with something electronic that they wanted to use, that nothing else, totally unique in the world. And when the president saw it, after having made a very precise request, what we were looking for and what the parameters were, they came back with their own machine and systems they wanted to bring in. And they, claim that they could have it ready to be deployed in time for 2026. Well, that's bullshit. And by the way, the president, his specific term was opportunistic. We're in a crisis of global proportions.
Of course.
It's not just about America.
Yeah.
It's about across the whole world with the election frauds across the whole world. So they did not understand, and I couldn't have been clearer. I was as clear as you could possibly be, exactly what we were looking for. And yet they came back with a way to make a buck on the elections and, wanted to spend $1 gazillion on it. Look, France does a hand count paper ballot nationwide. Nobody argues when the election is over concerning the outcome. And, I was with Nigel Farage over in England last year, and we were talking on a bunch of stuff, and including prep for what's about to happen here. And he was the one that raised this. All you got to do is go to France. What is France doing that can't be duplicated in the United States? What machines are they using? None. They're doing, a variation of the Cajun clothesline that we have down in Louisiana. That system, Mark Cook is showing the hand count paper ballot roadshow. We can do that, and no machines involved, no risk, no, discussion is even for the people. Is it possible? And by the way, voting at the precincts involves citizens participating in doing the vote. I don't want people voting for their toilet seat. I want them to be able to interact and participate and be part of the vote system at the precinct level. We've done for years and years and years. It is a national effort, should be a national holiday. It's the most important thing that we do societally. If you want to keep AI from coming in and capturing the vote system, and by the way, AI is the greatest threat of all to the vote system, including in a blockchain environment. You do that person to person. You do it in person. You do it with interaction. How do we defeat the attacks on us as a society from AI? We deal with person to person. And that reduces the problem radically because the interface isn't in between you. And moving into the future, not just thinking years, but decades and decades, maintaining society of people, between people, to people, is going to be one of the hardest things to do. The movies, these dystopian movies, where people decide to move into avatar bodies, maybe it's not as far-fetched as it first sounds. Beyond, avatars for the bodies, for partners. What, you're going to have a robot for a partner? Is it just about sex? Is it real communications? Is it, a Blade Runner gone to some insane level? Those aren't far-fetched. And so in order to maintain humanity, we have to continue and even force that we will not be machines intervening between us, and most especially in the way that we choose those that will govern to represent us. I don't want people governing to represent us who are machines or machine-like, because it was a machine algorithm that helped them to win the election, to say just what people wanted to hear, just the right way, with just the right intonations. Bullshit.
Well, with all due respect, Juanito, we're moving into a very dystopian world. I mean, there are friends of mine that
They're trying. Hold on.
Yeah.
They're trying.
Yeah.
To move us into a dystopian world.
But there are friends of mine.
You cannot cooperate in allowing our supposed masters to achieve that.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the world is growing and moving forward doesn't mean that the way forward that's best is the dystopian way of doing it. And the only way to stop it is actively, not just resisting, not allowing it to get start.
Well,
So
how do you stop
you
a
don't
guy
go to
who
a foregone
makes,
conclusion like that's the only way forward? It's not.
Yeah. How do you stop a guy who can't get laid, makes $200,000 a year? He wants a robot girlfriend from doing that. You don't
let him. It just doesn't become the societal norm.
Right. But that you realize that there's gonna be people that are gonna do that. Like, internet dating was like frowned upon.
I'm not
back
saying
in the
no.
90s.
I'm saying you have to decide that that's not the way you're going to
Right.
do it, or allow it to become
Mm-hmm.
the societal norm. There's plenty of people that want to impose upon the world, Americana especially, because we have the resources as a starting place, that the norm for the world, let's say sexually, is, being one of 64 different genders. Okay. It may appear to be the norm in the movie world. It may appear to be the norm in the political world. And you can disfigure yourself in all sorts of ways in order to fit into some norm that has been foisted along to people mentally, good advertising, if you will. It's one thing to change dress or hairstyles, to have the next, wave of look. It's another thing to do changes to your body physically that cannot be easily turned back around. You finally get tired of it, you just let your hair grow back out and do it differently. It's like tattooing. You're making a permanent change in a temporal world. Are your thoughts what you want to portray, the way you want to be seen at 20 or 25 or 30, the way you're still going to want to be seen 60, 80, 90, 100 years old? And will you change your mind? Things that can be done, that can be changed later, no biggie. Things that are much more permanent, you want to think a lot harder about it, because you got to live with the consequences of it on a permanent basis. Yet we're being Fifth Avenue advertised away, or societal inputs, movies, etc., to go a certain way. And as you grow and mature, maybe you think differently. Well, don't make permanent changes in a temporary world of that type anyway.
Totally. Well, dearmrpresident.net, dearmrpresident.net. If you haven't seen the first cut, the first one, go watch it. It's amazing.
It was excellent.
Yeah, we already did part 2. We already did a screening of the first cut about a week and a half ago. On the 28th of this month, coming up in a few days, we're going to do screening part 2. And I'm telling you, we're not stopping because it's the government. And there's a chance that if I do too good of a job, that Mel Carmine could be offed. I am not suicidal. So if I'm gone, it's because somebody made sure that I'm gone. Okay. But I'm going to tell you, if we do it the way I plan on doing it, on a 5th grade level of education, where I could piss off everybody on planet Earth, because it's not just the United States. The straw man is worldwide. They're all on the same fucking scam. I may have to go hiding somewhere, and maybe more than one place, to be a moving target, just like 107. So before I forget,
Well, I'm not hiding. I
know you're not hiding.
I just,
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before I forget, I got to give this guy a plug. This is Jesse James. That's the guy that keeps Mel Carmine looking really good with my beard. If you have hair, you can go for a haircut too. But he just does my beard and keeps Mel Carmine well groomed. So he's in Cocoa here, not too far from my wellness center, Staying Alive. Let's talk a little bit about Tina Peters. What is the latest on Tina Peters? What the hell is taking so long, Juan? Your mic just muted.
No, I just muted it while I was changing rooms. We don't have any update on Tina. It's a very, difficult situation because, she's here we are at the holidays and she's not free. I know that tremendous work has gone on all this week. Nobody's taken any time off. And there's stuff that is transpiring in the background that, I can only say that we're not stopping. And,
looks promising.
Not backing off. Well, until the moment she's free, she's not free. Remember, we were pretty convinced that everything was a done deal to have Tina out and free on her birthday.
Yeah.
September 11th of 2024 or 2025. And there was other times that we felt very comfortable that an understanding and agreement had been reached and she was going to be free. And she's not. How would you feel with promises, guarantees? We've got it. It's happening. And you're Tina. And here you are on your second Christmas. And you're still behind bars. And by the way, from a legal standpoint, there's so many angles where she should be free, and she's not. Thank you. Hey, a little sauce. Oh, done. Beautiful. Thank you, bro. All right. No whipped cream left. Can you believe I got my hot chocolate without a whipped cream? Oh my God!
What a dilemma.
You know what the reality is that my supervisor probably got to him and told him no whipped cream, and they just used that as an excuse. So
I think I know who your supervisor is.
Yeah.
I have a hunch. So so the straw man is a very dangerous subject. We're going to tell the whole story. We're not holding back, not even a little bit. This movie's going to have a little bit of a cost associated with it, like $5.89, 0.17 cents, whatever. It's never going to be a free movie. I spent way too much money on the other movie and never recouped a lot of my money. On this one, it's going to be $5 and change. So if you want to watch it, you're going to have to pay me, But the reality is it is a very dangerous movie, and it could be as long as 2 hours and maybe even 2.5 hours. And I could make it 10 hours to tell the whole story, but I got to just give you the meat and potatoes, the main points. But there's nobody, I don't think, that knows it better than Mickey Klein, which I'm anticipating she'll be coming on the show. Besides, we're already using some of the, nuggets that already exist on the internet. But we definitely want her to come on the show. Let's skip gears here. Let's talk about Venezuela. Let's talk about Maduro. Let's talk about the drug boats being blown out of the water still. In the invasion, if we do the invasion, how do we benefit from that?
Hold on.
Yeah.
From day one, I have never said that it was my belief or opinion that we were invading Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
if there was a spot here or there that we absolutely had to go in and do something, if we, wanted to go get Maduro, whatever, we might. Remember, these are enemy combatants.
Right.
Every one of those boats coming in with the drugs on them, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of people are dying from the meth. Some more directly than others. Indirectly, lives are being destroyed, and you have America's youth paying a price, losing life, health, one hit at a time. And some of that meth is very, very, very dangerous and toxic, not just to America, but also to people across the world. A lot of that meth is going over to South Africa, where literally the partner in a lot of this criminality and terrorism, Ramaphosa, is located. Literally, the drugs going on Chinese ships over to South Africa and then up into Europe with affiliated gangs. So, and by the way, as I've said, I fully expect that, there's already been a referral of Ramaphosa and his crime families in South Africa. Ramaphosa is the one that was in the Oval Office with the president, and the president pantsed him in front of the world on the killings of the white farmers with the rest of his team. They thought they were coming over just for a tariff discussion on tariffs. Ramaphosa is a horrible, horrible person, just like Maduro is. Yeah, he gets to wear the suit, and he's got the multicolored, scarf around his neck and everything else. This is a murderous criminal gang that is killing hundreds of thousands of people a year, maybe millions, with their activity. And these people on the boats, they're not just civilians and fishermen like that. They're enemy combatants. And the materials that they're bringing to the rest of the world, it's like saying, well, I was just a soldier in the Capone gang. Okay. And they got children, and they make jokes at the bar, and they hang out, and they drive a nice car, and they pay the kid to wash the car, nice big money. It's all evil, corrupt, has blood on it.
Yeah.
I remember a person that had a near-death experience that was talking about this, and he was a for real bad guy. He's still around too, by the way. I know him, from other history that we had together. And he talked about the hardest thing was there was no place to wash his hands, wash his feet, wash his face to get the blood of his victims off him. And he saw around him that there was other people, even politicians that he recognized, pastors, people from the church, who had somehow been involved in various of these types of scams, and they couldn't get the blood off of themselves either. There was nothing to wash it off with. That was part of the hell of this hellish experiment. The rotting sense of it and the horror of it, that you couldn't get it off of you. These people that are bringing these drugs are to the world, including the military people out of China, the pharmaceuticals, the politicians that are pushing these newer and even stronger drugs on the world. They're killing. It's a war. It may not be a bullet with lead, but it's every bit as deadly or deadlier because it gets past all of our frontline defenses. It kills in the streets. It kills in the home. People in this audience, many of them, have seen the bullets of these drugs come through parental protections, the walls of the house, the town or school where you thought it should be safe to send your kid, and all of a sudden they're captured by these horrors and killed. It's like sending a remote control bullet with somebody's name on it, and it travels crooked streets, crooked ways, crooked pockets, all the way to someone you love right next to you, and you didn't ever see it coming. It's brutal, and we have to stop it. And Venezuela is a key source not just of the drugs, but the gangs used to manage the distribution right into America. And that's what we have to attack. Even the governors, governor of Colorado is a facilitator and has been of allowing Tren de Aragua to have a toehold into America. Sins of commission and sins of omission.
Right.
And that cannot be allowed to stand. And so that's part of the fight. It's inside the wall, inside the city. And that's the crisis we're in.
Well, let's talk about that for a little bit. You had mentioned on my previous show, which was really a telephone call that we decided to actually record, which is still gaining a lot of notoriety out there. You had mentioned the fact that we can bring in Trump could bring in the 101st Airborne Division and break Tina Peters out of jail legally. Would that warrant maybe an arrest for the governor? And he's not probably the only one that we need to arrest. We should start with California with nuisance, right? He's probably as bad as they get. But does that warrant an arrest for even the guy who's running the jail, the Warren?
Well, as bizarre as it sounds, that's not completely impossible. There is precedence for using the 101st Airborne, by the way. Eisenhower used them in the integration into the colleges. He called in the 101st Airborne. And you have to picture that was really only a little over a decade after the Battle of the Bulge.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they became hyper famous,
Right.
Screaming Eagles. There's certain symbology there that works. There is the action on the part of the governor of Colorado
Mm-hmm.
is seditious. It undermines the government of the United States with presidential powers.
Right.
Now that we haven't used that, or people have declined to force it over a long period, going back to Lincoln, doesn't mean it hasn't been used.
Mm-hmm.
It's untrue that it hasn't been used. Falling out of disuse doesn't mean that you have got the legal right to exercise those authorities. Right. In this case here, the governor may want to try and test that again. And I don't think that President Trump can allow that succeeds. It's destructive to the authorities that hold us together as a nation. He's very aware of that. That he may be slow to react is because of there's so many boxes to check
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that you don't have something backfire. And so ready, fire, aim is not an option. There's a lot in play and a lot of things. Are we being, set up for a bigger fight? At some level, it would serve some of these internal enemies to push America into some type of civil chaos, leading to civil war. That's been the objective all the way along, and avoiding civil war within the country, within the states, is absolutely mandatory. You're going to have civil unrest before this is all over, but civil war is not an option. America can't survive civil war in this modern age. So there's been very measured, paced approach to regaining control of the republic, proper control that maintains states' rights and important autonomy while still working as a country together. Remember, this isn't a policing issue solely with what's going on in America. The president is the police chief of the American system, aimed internally into the function of the states, following laws, constitution, etc. for the people. There's another level where he takes off the police chief's cap and looking internally in the functions in the country, and looks externally to enemies without, not enemies within. And that's where he changes the cap and puts on the commander-in-chief hat. And I will tell you that within that context, you have the final safety, which is nuclear and beyond. Even as commander-in-chief, there is a inner last line of defense, and that is nuclear and beyond. And that was put in place in the 1954 code as nuclear weapons were being disseminated out through the services, et cetera, and coming online around the world. And by the way, that's why President Trump, with the gathering of generals out in Virginia, said to those generals, because many of them were not clear on this, okay? Not everybody was read in for cause, good cause, because not all of them could be trusted necessarily, or there was not a need to include them at the time. He said to the generals, I am 45, 46, and 47. What? Guys are giving the side eye to each other. What in the world is he talking about? Is this guy lost his mind? Only those nuclear and beyond understood what he was saying there. He did not give up. He did not concede the 2020 election for reasons that are only now becoming apparent. Right. Because there was an understanding we had been attacked. It's an act of war to overturn the elections of another country through fraud. That type of subversion by international law, that's an act of war. Entities, groups, people, businesses, nation states attacked America as an act of war on our elections. And the high point, this had been going on, building up for decades. The high point was the 2020 election and putting Joe Biden into office, who was not legitimately elected. It was a fraud on the American people. It was a fraud on the world.
Sure.
To have invoked the Insurrection Act, as good friends of President Trump tried to get him to do, December 12th of 2020, there in the Oval Office, to invoke the Insurrection Act at that time had been gamed out by the generals behind the line, the ones that are unknown, the ones that invited Trump to run back in 2015. And Trump accepted the invitation. They had determined in gaming this out that to sign the Insurrection Act or anything appearing similarly, which there's no document, you just go sign. It has to be created. It's not like sitting on shelf number 5 in the back of the library, go grab one of those documents, have the president sign it. You have to invoke it. And there's certain qualifiers you have to do that, as Lincoln did. But signing the Insurrection Act document at that time, before you had the American people fully up to speed and understanding what had gone on, games out the same way it did for Lincoln, Civil War. The most costly war that America's ever undergone up to this point in time. And that wasn't an option. We're trying to save life and to do it in the most important, efficient way. You have to win the hearts and minds wars, the education, have the people understand exactly what took place. And it took time to accumulate that evidence, data, get the people that actually did this to come forward, provide their information to build out, vet out the information. That is what has occurred. We have the people who actually did much of the mechanical side of the stolen vote in the United States now. They're testifying before grand juries. That has already begun. And by the way, for those people thinking there's been secret tribunals and grand juries and everything else, a couple of gang members have turned over their information. They have cooperated.
Okay.
You've had tribunal investigative tribunals convened and taking evidence and handing down indictments. There has not been trials that a lot of these people keep telling you. It's like, let me give you an example. For 2 weeks, there's been a constant flurry of supposed experts, insiders, generals, military people, whatever, saying that Tina Peters was busted out of prison in a secret military operation and that she's in safety now and she's flown and so was involved in all that stuff. And it was all bullshit. And I kept telling that. I had hundreds and hundreds of people inquiring, is this true? Is this true? I says, no, it's not true. But they put it out there as though it's an absolute fact, guaranteed, no doubt about it, gets passed all over the internet.
Sure.
In the same way, you've had something similar being said about the arrests and trials and hanging and all that that's being done, and doppelgangers are still there in place to keep everybody calm on this. Bullshit. And the reason that, in part, nobody should be fooled by this, in the same way that there was no race to instigate the Insurrection Act materials, because it's a hearts and minds thing. You have to have the American people along so that this is not done in a vacuum, so that it can never happen again. The same is true right now. You have to have the American people along for this. In fact, the people all over the world need to understand what was done to them and who did it, and how they did it. And that's public trials. They're tribunals, because you can't get to justice in the justice system. We know that.
Right.
But they are still have to be public. And most of the evidence, some of it won't need to be put in there because it's very sensitive. There's things about it that we won't disclose for national security reasons.
Sure.
Most
so the
of
secret
it.
tribunals of Obama being killed, Clinton being killed, Hillary Clinton being lethally injected on a table. There's pictures of that circulating the internet, and Biden being killed. It's all nonsense. It's not true. The real ones are still here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And the reason why everybody should be understanding why that wouldn't work is because then you don't have the ability to have everybody see and understand exactly what these monsters did, how they did it. And you have to show the magic act the way they were doing it, so they're never fooled by that magic again. I will tell you that there was one treasonous monster traitor got the opportunity to take himself out. And then the double tap was one of the people that was personally, specifically, totally betrayed with the other bullet in the head. That person will probably just leave it where it's at, in this world. But there was a reason why that was allowed to happen, because it was too early in everything that was going on. And so I won't say any names. But at the end of the day, with that exclusive exception, the rest of these monsters, because they're all roped in at the same time, we want the public to be able to, we need the public to be able to see and understand what transpired, have all of these illusions played out and revealed and unveiled within the public, so that it's curative. In part, it's not just about what's happening right now, this moment, and the past. It's about the future. I had, growing up as I did, I was still within that generation that grew up in the 30s, coming into World War II, that knew what the Great Depression looked like. And so all my early life, I was encountering people who were extremely careful, always keeping stuff. You talk about the hoarders and like that.
Right.
And, if you dismantled a piece of farm equipment, you didn't throw stuff away. You kept it. The cars, you see all these cars, rotting away in the field at farms like that. No, he didn't throw that stuff away. He had spare parts.
Exactly.
But iron, things that, you go out and you look at them later and you see lots of critical stuff is taken off. The carb's gone, an alternator's gone. key pieces here and there are gone that were used for something else. And it was just the principle. I had used nuts and bolts that were taken off of stuff that had been dismantled and carefully put in different bins because you might need something like that later. Exactly. And you didn't have a hardware store. You didn't have Home Depot. Okay. You had to kind of have stuff around, and you figured out what you had that you could make work.
Right.
And that was just the mental principle of it.
Right. Right. And I'll tell you, there's a few guys out there peddling this information. One of them happens to be wearing a cowboy hat. He's a country singer. You know who I'm talking about, right? The champ won't have him on his show. He doesn't really look up to the guy too much. He's out there peddling the stuff that, he's seen the actual videos of Hillary, being injected, and he never wants to see it again, that kind of stuff. I mean, these people will do anything for clicks. And this is the problem we're having in the Patriot community as a whole. And there's a lot of infighting, and there's a lot of money in teaching people how to become sovereign. So all the people who are teaching that course, they're all fighting against each other. And one is saying, this guy's under investigation from the FBI, and this lady's going to go down to Guantanamo Bay. It is a fucking shit show on steroids. I mean, look, I'm on the inside. You know that, Juanito. I'm a straight shooter. I call it as it is. You like me, you like me. You don't like me, go fuck yourself. That's my attitude. It's always been my attitude. It's always going to be my attitude. Probably the reason why I've gained a little bit of popularity in this movement, right? But anyway, needless to say, there's too much bullshit that's happening out there, and I'm sure you're well aware of it. So, is there a clone
hold on.
of Obama?
Let's back up for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's back up for a second.
Sure.
There's a particular person that I helped him decades ago. Remember, I used to get calls from Rush back in the early days. Can you explain this or that to me?
Rush
Because,
Limbaugh or
things
Rush
that were
the
done.
group?
No, Rush Limbaugh.
Okay.
But we talk. Other hosts. Art Bell's a good friend.
Okay.
And have these conversations in the background. And there was a particular person that was out there doing stuff, and I had, provided some assistance to them. They're still around.
Sure.
But they kept having to have something bigger, more grandiose, wilder every time you turned around, because it was always, you had to move the ball further out to keep the audience going further and further out. It's painful. I do repeat a lot of the same stuff within different audiences because, it's what it is. And I'm hitting different audiences, but I don't feel the need or desire. It would not serve the audiences at all to just have some, grandiose thing every time where you're, you feel like you just got to have something even more, clickbait ready somehow. Okay. There's enough real stuff there that's not just inappropriate, it's unnecessary. So and the other side of the coin is you have some audiences that feed that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's if it's not the latest, most grandiose, I've already heard that, that's nothing, that's whatever. So
exactly.
So what, if I'm dealing with different audiences, I try to, and it comes out a little different with each host. Different hosts, different ways, different things cross my mind. But the basics are the basics. And if I gotta constantly come up with some, more and more flamboyant, reaching statement, all of a sudden, the elections are being run by the green alien people with the purple spacecraft, that changes, everybody else is only coming from 5 different temporal zones. They come from the 21st temporal zone. And now I got to worry about the ones from the 95th temporal zone.
Exactly.
That, the guys that are only 2,500 years in the future are screwing us up because the guys 9,500 years into the future totally understand it better than anybody. And they are worried about the ones from 1,000,000 years in the future, right? You see how you can just build this out into insanity. The reality is We don't need that. We have the guys
Mm-hmm.
in the United States testifying before grand juries that actually literally set up the systems that could be used to flip the vote in America. We have Tina Peters, a real person who had an elected position, the only clerk in the whole country that got a before and after of the changes inside the Dominion vote system with their trusted build, where Dominion destroyed 29,000 files. Do I need to get any more crazy than that? The people from Dominion that did that trusted build destroyed information from the 2020 vote in Mesa County, Colorado, concerning the federal election.
Sure.
And state election records in violation of the law. Tina Peters shouldn't be in jail. Everybody involved in implementing that trusted build, from the technicians that were in the room and did it, who knew that they were destroying election information, violation of state and federal law. They knew exactly what they were doing. There was no question of what they were doing. The executives within Dominion that knew that their system destroyed votes and it was done intentionally. The people within the vote system, such as the Secretary of State, and any other persons that knew that this had either the potential or the actuality of destroying votes, should be indicted. You have a grand jury indict them immediately for destroying votes. And the charges shouldn't be light. It's not a slap on the hand.
Wouldn't these be considered treasonous crimes that carry a death sentence by law?
You know, we don't have to be overreaching. You know, this is America. I will tell you that, for example, within the larger context of stealing the vote in America 2020, that was not done in an isolated sense. The whole world was subjected to a murderous campaign using the cover of a global health crisis, pandemic, as a cover for stealing and securing control of countries around the world. In the statements of the people that we have in physical custody in the U.S. here who were part of that machine system, they say that they flipped the votes in 71 countries plus the United States. So you have people in power through supposedly legal means within the vote system who were not the will of the people, not just of America, but around the world. And then once in office are imposing on citizens around the world their globalist ideologies, objectives. And again, you know, there was a reason why the Georgia Guidestones had to be destroyed. They are like a touchstone for the demon monsters, gives them some type of legalistic title deed right, that if they make a statement in stone like that and you don't reject it, then you must be accepting it. There's sins of commission, sins of omission. And in a very ethereal, spiritual world type thing, as much as it just seems like, well, it's somebody's opinion. No, there's some attachment to that idea. What was in those statements on those stones? That 13 out of 14 people on planet Earth at the time needed to be removed from this world, from Earth. That the carrying capacity of Earth was only 500,000 at the time when you have 7 billion, or 500 million at the time that you had 7 billion. In other words, it justified in principle that in a world of a constantly growing population, that you had to wipe them out by whatever means necessary. The end justifies the means. Pandemic, war, anything to destroy them and start over. That could not be allowed to stand. And the significance, even ritual significance of that, could not be allowed to stand. In some other capacity, the principle of fraud in the elections cannot be allowed to stand either. That it's okay to mandate that for the better good, we just have to go along with the system the way it is and allow these frauds to occur because it's convenient, it's easy,
Sure.
Blah, blah, blah. No, we need a government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Right.
Not a government by the elite via their AIs, because that's where the future's going.
But they had this artificial intelligence, Juanito, all along. They just came out now because it's the most opportune time for them, okay, as they manipulate the XRP market, the XLM market, the ISO token market, which is going to take over the world, etc. Now they're going to say, oh, we're going to need
Hold on. I cannot allow statements like that to stand.
Okay.
That they intend a certain thing doesn't mean that they get a certain thing. And there is a back and forth in all of this, including the technology. Just because there's technology that could take over the whole earth. In fact, it was one of the conversations I had eons ago with Art Bell. The idea that you're going to create a material that can mimic everything. See, right now within the AI world, you can create conversations and video to back it up that look totally real and are hard even for the pixel counters to be able to prove if it's the real thing or not. As time goes on, even the pixel counters won't have a prayer because the qualities become so high.
But my next question was going to be, are they going to allow this technology to come out?
Hold on, let me finish because you got to hear what I was going to say here.
Sure.
Beyond just being able to mimic conversations or video, if you have a vat, not just of intelligence, of data, of conversations to work from, but you have a vat of, say, mineralization. As these things become better, they won't be able to just mimic video, celluloid, conversations, etc., digital. They'll be able to mimic matter. And so they can build anything. The problem is at some certain point, if it reaches a level of consciousness, you're worried about, it being able to artificially do just conversations. No, it can artificially create not just the illusions, but the reality. And in these machines going out and trying to mimic things, suddenly they begin to mimic matter. They take over all of the material so that you would have a gray goo literally able to go out and start duplicating whatever it wanted to. And in the course of doing that, it disassembles everything. It sounds crazy, but when in a world where you double and then double again and then double again and then double again and then double again in very short periods of time, all the crust of the earth, let alone the whole earth itself, in a matter of just a few dozens or hundreds of years, food for the machine, and it's replicating what its version of reality is. We're just boxes of minerals to be consumed to make something else. And literally this gray goo taking over the earth and in a machine sense printing whatever it thinks it needs to be printed. You can do these extrapolations, and then you realize the only salvation in the course of all of this is the humanity that God himself put in here, that this matrix that we live in isn't just an illusion. It's a reality. It's a God-inspired reality. And what makes it important, it's the humanity of it. The world and everything in it was given to Adam and seed, which is us, and then control of everything over creeps and crawls and moves upon the earth was given to Adam and seed, which is also us. We have to exercise that authority and control. Where we don't exercise it, the machines and the Capones take over. So the threat against this is both monsters like a Capone, like a Hitler, and the people behind them, because neither of them could do it by themselves.
Right.
And the machines, which they hope to control, to also do their dirty work instead of having to have soldiers, people do their work. They're hoping to ultimately have a machine to do their work. And then you step back further and you go, well, that's the devil. That's the devil himself, to capture all that exists in a machine-like sense and be able to control it and take the humanity out completely. With that in mind, the way that we stop that is that we don't allow that the interface between us becomes machines or electronics or anything else, that we still do stuff person to person. In every single way, it's about the people, not the machines. It's about the people, not the government. It's about the people, not the mechanisms of government.
You
Those
think they're
all
going to allow this technology to exist?
Oh, we'll let it exist. We use it.
But that's like putting a Trojan horse in your house, because this thing's going to spy on you. They're going to have hidden cameras on this $28,000.
No. Again, you have to manage and control it. Do I want machines greater and greater and better and more intelligent, beautiful machines? Absolutely. At what point in human history would you say, well, that was all we wanted? When you first person put a wheel on a cart, and creates a road like that. What's the difference between much of Africa and much of the rest of the world? They never implemented the wheel. They never created the road systems. Go look at South America versus Africa.
Right.
Very tribalistic societies existed in both, but one didn't industrialize and the others did.
Yeah, my wife would love to have a robot that does laundry and vacuums and does cooking and takes the dogs out for a walk. Okay?
Well, look at the robotics going on in the health industry. If somebody suffers a horrible crash or some damage to their body, and the robot's able to come in, even a doctor using the mechanical aids operating on heart patients on the opposite side of the planet. Okay. And then even there, information and how the robots are used for certain procedures being able to be duplicated so that you don't have to start from scratch every time. Certain things can be, instead of 5,000 keystrokes, it's, a couple of keystrokes to implement that precise, complex operation. We don't want to. The history of the world is greater and greater technology and using the machines, the earth itself, to make and improve life. We'll go out and not just build our mansions in the air above us.
Yeah, I don't have a problem having a robot in my house. I just don't want the robot to listen to me and watch me and record my every move and report back to some government.
That's where we put certain stops and holds on it. And by the way, look at, forget the robot in your house. Facebook, that was created as a DARPA operation. It was called LifeLog.
Right.
And then was implemented out into society under a fraud, as though Zuckerberg created it. He didn't. And then even the division breaking off of some of the money from Facebook to the Winklevoss twins. Well, if Zuckerberg didn't invent it, how could they have had a part in that?
Right.
What's the deal? They're going off. They spend all the money on the blockchain with the stuff that they were able to do, certain DoD contracts, et cetera. Next thing you know, they're hugely involved in the whole crypto world. Well, again, an extension. Bitcoin wasn't developed by Satoshi. It's an acronym for the operation that created it within DARPA. The whole blockchain thing is a creation out of DARPA. You have multiple things in different industries that are that way. And then when you get to the election 2020, Zuckerberg, what did he do? Out of the goodness of his heart, he gives $500 million, which was the original cost to create Facebook, by the way, $100 million a year for 5 years in a DARPA operation. He gives $500 million for drop boxes in what? A stolen election. during a false pandemic that was a creation of these monsters to take control of the whole world. Was that him being magnanimous? No. You were looking at a militarized operation. Why did Trump have to go talk to the generals? Many of them were inside and helping on the opposite side, treasonous traitors within.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Defense Advanced Research Program. Okay, well, who were some of the people involved in it? Some of them didn't know they were involved.
Right.
Understand that, okay? So we have a lot of work to do to recapture the initiative. We're doing that. We have the legal authority because we have an elected representative managing these things at the very top. And then you have a lot of people that, are trying to, for their own gain, for whatever notoriety, push some captured portion of these themes, to aggrandize themselves of, saying things that aren't true. We don't have to go too far. We need to limit that, but limit it by, kind of being aware, test everything. And that's exactly the public in this period of time has been well served, because if you just raced to do a lot of the things the public wants, they wouldn't have had time to kind of get educated about some of the frauds, the fraudsters, etc.
Mm-hmm.
As we do this now, it will be with a much more alert public audience who have had a chance to see some of the scamming, the illusions, artful deceptions, and then use their minds and direct contact person to person, not to be fooled in these social engineered machine systems,
right.
The communication systems, the media, etc. Important things have occurred since the 2020 election, since the January 6th stuff, even with Tina Peters' case, to show how things that appear to be a certain way within the law, functions of government, functions of judicial and all that, is still cooked, is outside the Constitution. And slowly, but very effectively, the world's coming to understand these illusions, how they're being foisted upon us, and will be much sharper as the real bad guys are brought to the fore, exposed, and then taken off the field of play. And how we go back to certain basics that will have to be done. Constitutional things, which it's stunning even now how the Constitution anticipated so much as going wrong in society hundreds of years before the technology reached where it's at right now.
Absolutely. Well, my friend, so we come to the conclusion that Obama is not a clone. The real one is still running around. Clinton.
Justice to a clone wouldn't be justice at all. Justice to a clone wouldn't be justice at all. And by the way, let me just say
that's for the normies. That's what everybody says. It's for the normies. But who knows? At the end of the day, really, we can only speculate, right? What do you think?
Hold on. You raised Obama. Yeah. I want to say one thing.
Yeah.
The sirens in these foreign places, I never get used to them. There's a certain thing in the movies.
It's like you're in Italy right now.
Yeah, put a real siren on that freaking thing, please. I know what a real siren sounds like. Come on, man. Anyway, Obama himself is somebody's creation. Before he was born, he was already in somebody else's operation, okay? And he was handed around like a party favor to be a cover for other things. He has had opportunities to step aside, divorce himself from these things. He didn't take them, but God himself will have to be the judge.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't imagine. I mean, think about this. The two daughters if what we're saying is true, which it is, that Michael is Michael, not Michelle,
Correct.
then those are not their biological daughters.
Correct.
Those two daughters, just like Obama himself, have been raised in the context of somebody else's illusion. They had no control of it when they were brought into it. At what point do you say, I'm done, I'm out?
Yeah.
And I guarantee it's just like George Harrison told me, you know, when he was confronted because he was being a bit too upfront about Billy Shears. Hey, Bill, how you doing, Bill? And he was warned last time, it's not worth it. It's not worth your life. So even people like an Obama or others caught up in a matrix like that, somebody else's illusion with so much at stake, when were they supposed to step aside? When was it safe? When would anybody even believe them?
Right.
What gain or effect? Okay. The problem is that at some point, you know, I was just talking with somebody yesterday in LA on something, and there was a particular person. He asked me, would you talk with this person? This is a person whose name is probably known to a fair number of this audience in the entertainment industry. And he told a friend of mine that he was preparing to do the deal. What deal? What talking about? No, make a deal with the devil. That he was tired of beating his head against the wall, didn't understand why he couldn't make it, understood that there was a deal to be made, got offered help to make the deal, and he's going to have everything, and he's going to take the deal. And it's like, seriously? I mean, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul for eternity, right? I mean, it's just, it's an insane thing. But yet, for some temporal gain in this world and the frustration and the heartbreak of doing everything right, still not being able to somehow make it is a tough one. And so his friend asked me, would you be willing to talk to him? Well, of course I would. Try and put it in perspective. But they're under the influence of really good PR advertising, the devil himself. That's the Faustian deal, okay? That's the premise of the play Damn Yankees, which, by the way, I thought Jerry Lewis was playing the devil himself in Damn Yankees as a play musical years ago, I guess at least 25 years ago. And I thought, man, did he do it? It was an amazing thing, doing the deal with the devil. The devil went down to Georgia's song, fiddling away and like that, but people are still doing that deal. And then you have stars that have come forward and talked about the fact they took the deal.
Right.
Katy Perry being one of them. Plenty of others have come out back and said they made went ahead and made the deal for fame in this world. Did Obama do the deal? And when he did, if that's the case, because he was mind controlled, because he was in somebody else's rodeo before he was even born, being handed around like this, can you say that they were completely in their right mind? I had a very close friend years ago, and he'd been on stuff since high school, or antidepressants.
Right.
Smart guy, beautiful guy, businesses, athlete, etc. And at a certain point, he decided that he was no longer going to take the drugs, in part because he couldn't afford them. He got himself into a bind, couldn't afford them.
Good reason to quit, huh?
Well,
Yes.
the problem is that they warn on them that you become, all
Sure.
sorts of problems, including just going cold turkey off these things without somebody watching over your shoulder.
Sure.
And I talked to him for a couple of days just before this incident happened. I didn't know that he'd gone off his meds, literally. And I get the call from the wife. He'd been found in the garage, hung himself.
Oh no.
And one of his kids found him. It was a horrible, 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 horrible thing. Everything else was rather temporary, but his ability to think about it, measure it out, whatever, he lost his way. Where does he end up in eternity? There were signs that even where he was hanging himself, he was trying to get himself free, but he had done a good job of preparing it so he couldn't break free. And of course, you do spasmodically try to do things anyway, but at the end of the day, it was a done deal. Was he in his right mind? Was he able to think squarely? Did the drugs so contort his ability to think logically that he wasn't fully in control of his emotions, his judgment, his senses, etc.? Beyond just having a few drinks or something, to weigh things out. Now you take somebody that's under some type of active life control, not just mind control, who everything about them, every contact, every opportunity has been somebody else's, thing. At what point can they divorce themselves from that and be completely free and or able to make perfect decisions when, even selling their soul to the devil?
Totally.
Is there grace from God somehow because they never got a square shot in this world? And I think of somebody like Obama, even to have reached the presidency within somebody else's manipulation system. Do I understand that I may not want them loose in the world, and they had checkpoints where they could have made a different decision? There were still very hard decisions. What would you have divorced away from? Are there others that could have been Obama all the way up to the presidency who at some critical moment said, no, not doing that, that came to their senses?
Sure.
Were they allowed to live? Okay. We're in a very wild, bizarre, manipulated world. And so a lot of the people that I want to take action against and protect the world from and expose what they've been doing at some level behind the scenes, the devil had them pretty maneuvered. God himself only knows the exact truth.
Sure.
So do I deal with them as dangerous, poisonous vipers? Excuse me, but the culture himself expose who they are, what they're doing, with grace to understand what happened. It wasn't solely them making a deal with the devil. In for example, this other person where they asked me if I talked to him, that's a person that's had a chance to live, good parents, raised in a good situation, lots of opportunities, and they're making a choice to sell their soul to the devil for fame and glory in this world, a few returns. I don't care what they're going to give you a Veyron car and, you get the notoriety of that for a little while. Come on, man.
Sure.
Seriously. And to even have your brain that warped and manipulated that you're somehow being destroyed because you don't have, some things like that. You've lost perspective.
Sure.
Okay. And that's a lot of what's gone wrong in the whole country. You might think that, well, that's the person in Hollywood. For a lot of the rest of Americans,
Yep.
You're getting offered choices that are bad choices.
Yeah,
We're going to get the country back under control. We're not going to stop the bullshit, but You don't have to sell your soul to the devil to do good in America. We're going to make it seem on your own. Yeah.
Absolutely. Before I forget, I want to thank you to send me that doctor friend of yours who's bringing some people down to Cape Canaveral at our healing center. Thank you for spreading the word on that. And I got to make a public service announcement regarding the irrevocable religious trust. We're going to absolutely halt it right now. We got more customers to get to than we have time to get to them. And so we'll announce when the next workshop is going to be. Everybody wants these things, okay? And even though they're $6,500 if you come to us, or $7,500 if we come to you, and you have to have 3 or 4 people there with you, some people realize how important this is after speaking to my guy, and they're having 23 people in one location in Boston. There's about 16 or 17 people in Kentucky with my friend Kerry Wagner. There's literally everybody we got to go to Texas. We got to go to California with my friend Oni. She wants one. Everybody wants these religious irrevocable trusts because they make you bulletproof. Okay. And so, but right now we're halting it because we don't have enough manpower. Now, if he puts a website together where it minimizes customer service and we can go fast, believe me, I love to go fast. All right. There's nobody in the world that loves to go fast more than Mel Carmine. But you know, I got to think with my feet on terra firma and realize that right now we got more than what we could chew. So anyway, so that's that. But thank you for sending me that doctor, by the way. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing important work. I think the one thing that I would add for everybody is that there's a lot of amazing technology, understanding of things health-wise to get yourself back on a healing track. The big thing that I think is lost in all of this, even with the schools teaching disease mechanisms, viral, bacterial, everything else. At the end of the day, your body is a big, and if you're going to put stuff in, you got to have stuff come out. Good things go in, and you got to get the waste out.
Yeah.
The biggest problem, even parasites are present like that to digest things in the world, in the natural world.
Yep.
They can get a toehold into your body physically, and you have to actively attack. And there's so many different types of parasites
100%.
Within different groups. And so much of the problems are parasitically, driven in many ways. But at the most basic level, your body has to be able to eliminate waste. Most of the destruction to the body, most of the diseases, the tumors, everything in this modern world have to do with the body being able to flush out. And so you got to get your kidneys to work.
Totally.
The kidneys have to flush out the blood system
100%.
and get that waste. Well, at some core level, central to your body, is the kidneys. And if you're not flushing, and the liver for different reasons, but it starts with the kidneys and then the liver, you have to be able to get these toxins out of your body and get them to flush out.
Yep.
Most of the food within not just the U.S., but the world's various systems are blocking and clogging up at the most rudimentary level. Even before you get to the kidneys and the liver, you've got all the adrenal system within the body, the glands and like that, right out into the tiniest areas of your body, your little toe. And the arthritis and things like that being problems that show up, the achy joints stuff. The food that helps to flow and process that is the fruits. And Genesis 1:29, you read that and understand it. It's the fruits that help to flush that system out. So much of what we have with the proteins and the diets that are, highly carnivore, the beans and legumes, which I love, a lot of this stuff. But if you're not getting natural fruit, not even dried fruit, because then you don't get the moisture, the water from it, that flushes your body. Even when you're having water and it's, alkaline and all the other things, it does not flush the same way as your body flushes with fruits. And if I was just talking with somebody where they're having a relative that has mental problems. And I says, well, are they getting enough fresh fruit? And so they went and, we're kind of looking at this, and all of a sudden, after about 3 weeks, I get the call back. I was looking at how he's being fed at the institution. I never saw one piece of fresh fruit that was eaten once. They'd have a little slice of an apple. They'd have a little slice of an orange. This is a very high-end place. Everything's, cooked, processed, whatever. The fruits are what help your system to flush. And so they went to getting a lot of fruit into their diet. And the person just got back to me. I saw the note this morning, the difference just a week with a heavily fruit diet and some fresh juices is night and day.
Yep.
And that's a common thing where especially older people, they do not get enough fruits and also the brain and like that. Let me put it this way. Silverback gorillas live on fruit. Okay. They're not carnivores. They can rip you apart in a heartbeat. They're incredibly strong. They're smart, but they eat fruit. Where are they getting the protein? Where's the animal in their diet? Okay. It's not really there. You can get all the proteins you need in a heavily fruit diet. And there's a lot of people out there that are fruitarians, and it's exclusive. The reason the fruit is so important and what it's lacking in the American diet is so important. You're not getting the flushing that's needed to keep your system clean. And so you're getting clogged up all the way out into the gland system.
Totally.
And your whole body is just completely covered in glands. So if you have people that are having issues, especially with the tumors, women especially with the breasts and like that, men seems to be more the brain.
Yep.
It's usually you can look and go, and that's one of the huge risks of these high protein diets, these carnivore diets. It is extremely risky because when you stop flushing, you get clogged up. It shows up as tumors. And so, I want all of this audience, all of our broader audience, to be healthy, wealthy, and wise. And it has been sold Fifth Avenue to you that, fruit feeds the cancers, the sugars feed the cancers and everything else. You know what? You might want to look again on a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Think again on it. You have got to flush.
I agree.
And if you're not flushing, and then what you don't want to do is use the fake sugars. You know how they make corn syrup, which is used as a flavoring and a sugar thing for 99% of the food that most people
everything.
eat.
Absolutely.
That corn syrup that is used is essentially grown on mold. It's a sugar that's made out of mold and off of the corn, and in huge, vast, monstrous quantities out into all the foods. And it's an artificial sweetening system that is extremely dangerous to everyone.
Yeah.
And so, that there's lots of different things that are out there, the seed oils and things like that.
Yeah.
As you get into all that, you start realizing just how targeted you are, not just to die early and to be prone to parasitic, attack. It is not allowing the body to flush, clogs up stuff. So if you go back to a natural sugars and lots of fruit, that is the first step in clearing your system out. There's a lot of great sources that you can go to on this stuff. You don't have to be,
Yeah.
Everybody wants to sell it as some kind of religion.
Yeah. Wasn't
Genesis
RFK
129.
wasn't RFK supposed to clean all of this up, Juanito? We got birds falling out of the sky here in Florida, in Cape Canaveral, in Merritt Island, falling out of the sky because they're dazed and confused from all the chemtrail spraying. They have no idea where they're at. The cars are hitting them. They're sitting on the side of the road. I just drove up over the causeway about an hour ago, coming to do the show 2 hours ago, and there's four dead birds going westbound. Okay, over the causeway. 4.
Let
Big
me
birds.
help you out on that. Let's say it correctly.
Yeah.
Most all of the aerial spraying is not what would be causing the deaths of the birds. It's the activation of the dust in certain manipulation of that material
Okay.
electronically. And so and the material itself is literally in most of the spraying. And then now, people get lost. Well, there's been experiments. There's been little of the spraying that's going on globally, which is being used for climate control.
Right.
Predominantly, it's just aluminum oxide, which is dust.
And beryllium.
Sand, dust that you get off the beach, sand. It's extremely fine sand. It's finer than talcum powder, finer than the talcum powder that you find when you buy baby powder, okay, which is very dangerous too, by the way. So it can be electronically manipulated, pumped, if you will. It adds weight to the atmosphere, and so you can create rivers of this material that push other things aside, etc. It's a longer conversation. I want to get
It's
into
a conversation for another time. But if it makes the birds fall out of the sky, it's also affecting us.
If it's being charged in certain ways to pump it, yeah, you can have that. And there's other exposures that the birds could very well be. There's all sorts of spraying. There's all sorts of things. The cell phone towers themselves are a threat. So we live in that environment. Yes, it's extremely risky. And by the way, all the 5G towers, they can be weaponized in a heartbeat, and no doubt are at different times. So we have lots of risks. Our greatest risk isn't even from these things. It's from the people in a position to control them, pull the levers.
Exactly.
And so that's why the war is so much bigger than people, for the most part, really grasp.
Yeah.
And that's why some things that we think should have been done instantaneously, and they're not done, we get so pissed. We get so annoyed. But there's lots of boxes that need to be checked.
Let's do a show on chemtrails, but I want to ask you one last question. What do you think Donald Trump means? Okay, it's going to be a very, very nice Christmas. What does he mean by that? Is he talking about the reset? Is the reset going to happen this year, coming up 2026, or are we going all the way to 2030?
Well, it's incremental. I think it's wrong to think that there's a single checkpoint. We still have a near-death experience as a country ahead of us. We still have all of the dramas of having to shut down and reset much of the communication systems across the country, if not all of them. Those communication systems, cell systems, killed millions. We estimate about 25 million people in Wuhan province. Weren't killed by any virus. They were killed by a weaponization of their cellular system.
Interesting.
And with the cover of the virus, taking out people very precisely. It's just a bag of water. They can boil a bag of water, a gallon of water, half a mile away from those cell towers.
Correct.
And with interference signals with very exacting precision.
Yeah.
You can have somebody 6-10 feet away from you and they're not hit like you are. So,
Absolutely.
and I've got the videos. I mean, it's stunning. It's when you realize the humanity of what's going on,
Mm-hmm.
It sears your soul.
Yeah.
You take someone an entire life, 20, 30, 50 years of age, and somebody just flips a button. No, I don't care who they are, where they are in the world. It's a horror. And that's the soulless nature of the people that we're fighting. So, it's a very tough world. We have some amazing things coming every year. This is no different. Where we are right now compared to where we were a year ago, or 2 or 3 or 5 years ago, it's an amazing place to be. It's a checkpoint. It's not the only checkpoint. We are having an amazing Christmas, amazing first year. Even things like silver moving as hard as it is right now is a checkpoint, tells us we're going in the right direction. Not because silver went up, but because the fraudsters within the paper dollars, the reserve system internationally, is in serious trouble. And we're moving to secure and stabilize America in the way that we trade our energy, our life energy between each other and the country. And that it's not being done in a haphazard way where the shock and awe that a lot of people would cost many lives. The transition and the mechanisms in play to do it, to protect America, Americana, American humanity. It's what it is. We're doing, Trump, the team behind him is doing an amazing job. It's not a perfect world. And within the context of the horrors and the horrible people and entities that are in play, to be able with precision, methodically go in and recapture these things with the least loss of life, loss of ability to function possible while still doing the necessary deed. It's just amazing. And the patience to do it right, even where the pressures to move quickly are so great. I have a lot of respect for everybody involved and holding a line, holding attack, and not being moved off that point prematurely in order to get a win, not just a temporal, brief win with great risk beyond,
Sure.
but a very measured operation to get this back on track in the most intelligent way possible, with as much speed as possible, without losing the more feeble, the children or people of greater age. And that when the cloud by day and the pillar fire by night moved with the people of Israel, even when they were out wandering in the desert, it moved at a speed that the slowest elderly person and the youngest child could move.
Yes.
So everybody was in that care, and that's what we're doing here in the country, and avoiding a civil war to still get control of our country back from these monsters who have captured it.
That's what's taken so long. They're moving heaven and earth to make sure that we do not get into a civil war. TheJenniferMack.com. TheJenniferMack.com. That's how you get and support Juanito, and make sure you support the right people, folks. If you spend the money with the right people, the right shit happens. You spend the money with the cabal, the wrong shit happens. It's not rocket science. Our prayers are with Tina Peters, 100%. Make sure you blow up. I'll leave the numbers down below to blow up the governor's office. Blow up their phones. Call them at midnight. I don't care. 2:00 in the morning. Wake their ass up. Do whatever you got to do. Also, DearMRPresident.net. Go watch the first movie. The other movie's coming out in March, part 2. It's heavily towards the straw man. It is going to be mind shattering. And I probably will go into hiding for a little bit just to test the waters and make sure that I'm going to be safe to come back whenever that time is. Juanito, thank you so much again, and Merry Christmas to everybody out there, and Merry Christmas to you and your beautiful wife.
Yep, for sure. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Appreciate
brother.
back with your audience. Enjoy the holiday season and the dramas ahead. Prayers with Tina. 24/7. Let's pray her through this, get her through this.
Absolutely.
Sooner the better. All right.
Thank you, brother.
All right. Night, folks.
Welcome back, Patriots. Before you all run off, I wanted to look at something I just saw about Russia attacking the capital of Ukraine. Bring it up because it just came out.
And the war between Russia and Ukraine rages on as multiple explosions rocked the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Authorities have issued a warning that Kyiv is under the threat of a missile attack. The latest strike comes ahead of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's planned meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump in Florida. Kyiv's mayor urged residents to stay in shelters while adding that air defense forces are operating. The Ukrainian Air Force also announced a nationwide air alert in the wee hours of Saturday. While Kyiv came under heavy bombardment, Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv also got pounded by aerial strikes. At least 2 men have been killed and 8 others, including an infant, have been injured after a guided aerial missile struck one of the city's central roads. Authorities in Kharkiv said that dozens of apartments, buildings, and private homes have been damaged. They added that 2 of the 3 Russian missiles targeting Kyiv fell outside the boundaries. Officials said that the exact location of the missiles are still being confirmed.
There is a 9-month-old baby with a head injury. Together with his mother, they were taken to one of the city hospitals.
Who set up? Who said that? I don't know what to make of it. I got some guesses, but, we'll see. Things could about kick off in any direction at this point, right? Silver skyrocketing. Been pretty wild, huh? I hope you'll all enjoyed the episode. That's where we're going to wrap up tonight. It's a pretty long interview. There's not really anything going on right now, but we'll be back tomorrow with more, and we'll see where everything's going. Just hang in there. Just reading the chat. But, yeah. It's been real, Patriots. I don't think I'm supposed to get snow, but some of you, I think, are supposed to get snow. Pretty wild. All right. Let's set our way up to head on out of here. It's been real, guys. Have a good night. Much love, and God bless you. Take care of yourselves. Few days left this year. We will leap into the new year together, right? We will do it together. A little patriot family we are. But we're not quite done with 2025 yet. We got to rock it a few more times, right? And then we will rock our way into 2026. Because that's what we do. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
there anyone home? Come on now. I hear you're feeling down. Well, I can ease your pain, get you on your feet again. Relax. I need some information first. Just the basic facts. Can you show me where it hurts? There is no pain you are receding. A distant ship smoke on the horizon. You are only coming through in waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like
so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.